Oh, yeah, I'm getting way better at drawing them circles. My mouth is a little crooked and my eyes are a little cockeyed there. But we getting pretty good at drawing circles. Circles. Oh my gosh, that reminds me of this time I was in a play and we were doing set construction on a weekend, and one of the girls in the play, she was quite a bit older than me. This was way back when I was pretty young. Um, she was trying to cut circles out to make a little stand for something. I don't even really remember. Uh, and she couldn't get the fucking circles to get cut. So, I mean, literally for years after that, I would go up to her and I would be like, circles, because she was just so frustrated with the circles. I mean, it wasn't really that funny. I was a little kid and just being obnoxious because I could. But goodness gracious, does it make me laugh thinking about it now? Good times. Good times. So we got done with um our training so that we can carry our tech to light drones, which is great. That's going to make our ability to um eliminate a bunch of stuff. I did something that was probably not necessarily smart, but I went through and I bought and injected every single skill last night because I was just bored of not having the skills available. And I'm going to be going through, I want this character. This is going to be my main character. I want this character to be able to do a lot of things. And I understand that, uh, a lot of people and a lot of times what we do is we attempt to pick and choose, right? But I think I want to have lots and lots of options. I want to be able to do all of the basic tiers of all of the different skills. I mean, I only have 2,500,000 skill points in my queue. That's 115 days. You can apparently get something like 20 million skill points as an Omega. So there's tons and tons and tons of stuff out here, right? 10 times that. So that's 1,000 days that I can spend as an alpha, um, gaining up these skill points. So we'll we'll see what happens. I want to be able to, fly different ships and do different things and have lots of fun and stuff with that stuff. So, and we'll worry about the rest when we come to it. I'm sure some of those skills are going to be fairly expensive to purchase, to inject. We'll see exactly how all that shakes out. Um, but yeah, so today we're going to pretty much do the same stuff we do every day, right? We are at a point in our gameplay here where what we have to do is gain currency, right? We're just starting out. Um, Actually, hang on. We need to stop doing what we're doing right now. The thing that I need to do the most, and the thing that I've been neglecting, is I just need to do this first every day. See, earn 50 LP, super easy. Just do quests. I can go bang that out in a couple of minutes and mine 2,000 units. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do a mining run. Um, Actually, that's not true. Let's dock back up here. I'm gonna take all these resources to the hub here in Heck, and then I'm gonna pick up my Rifter and I'm gonna go run a couple of missions real quick. Maybe some combat missions. Who knows? I'm doing distribution right now, but doing distribution in the Rifter is kind of booty because sometimes they give you like a ton of stuff to move, and I have to abandon that quest because I can't. But yeah, we'll go back to the main hub here. And we will drop off all these materials. We have a ton of materials. Um, Like so many materials. I'm looking for H4 or H8 moon. Nope, not that moon. There we go. Heck 8. Dock with that bad boy.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, actually, I very much want to just do this stuff. But the reason, so I very much want to do some combat stuff. What is this? There's nothing in here. Why are you?
Mission requested.
I very much want to do some combat stuff. I want to kill some things with my Rifter. I think it'll be fun.
Docking request accepted.
Earn 50 LP. Only have to do 2,500 damage to other capsulars. See, so this is just so easy, but the reason this is so important is you get 10,000 skill points every day that you complete this. And that's almost 10 hours of training time, which is awesome. I mean, that's like half of what you earn in a day normally. And so that's, you know, Omega is getting 2 skill points per hour, or you get skill points twice as fast. And so as an alpha, if you can get another half of what you normally get in a day, right, you're about halfway to Omega without even having to spend any money. And all you got to do is beat 2 of these really, really simple things every day. So, I mean, I understand why they do it, right? It's to incentivize you to play every single day, but it really doesn't take very much. It's fairly quick. And I think it's honestly really worth it, even if you're only logging in to do that, to just go ahead, log in, and make that happen. Whoops. Did this go into the item hangar? I mean, I guess it couldn't have gone into the ship hangar, right? Because that doesn't really make any sense. Does the Venture mining hold have anything in it? No, it doesn't. Okay. Does the Rifter have anything in it? No, it doesn't. Does this have anything in it? No, it doesn't. Does this have anything in it? No, it doesn't. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch over to our Rifter here. I love the Rifter. I think it's a great ship. I think it looks cool. Like, this is what I want to use for combat because it's dope. So it's what we're going to use. I'm going to put a bunch of guns on it, and we're going to have a good time. So let's go to our agent lookup. So this is how you get around, right? It's hard to know what station to go to in the game. So one of the things we need to look at is we need to go ahead and look at this agent finder, and it tells us, like, okay, within one jump, we've got all these agents. I'm currently looking for distribution agents, but I don't necessarily want to look for distribution agents. So let's look for, I guess, security are the types of agents that I want to fight, or that I want to work with. I guess I didn't really think about that. There's probably a whole set of agents right here. We could do the career. The career ones don't give me any. That's right. Well, here we go. We have a security agent right here, level 1. Let's see what kind of missions this level 1 security agent wants to give me. We'll get 57 loyalty points from this one mission. We'll give 41,000 ISK. Objective, protect the civilian convoy. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's undock. The ISK per hour on these lower tier missions is pretty doo-doo. The reason you do these lower tier missions is because you want to get better standing so that you can then go do the higher tier missions. It's not about not about the lower tier missions. It's about getting to a point where you can get much, much more later on. The tier 4 and tier 5 missions, I guess, are fairly valuable. But yeah, we'll do this mission up real quick. We'll get our 57 loyalty points. We'll do our little mission here. Get a little currency, shoot some dudes. Yeah, we really haven't been shooting enough dudes. It's been fairly depressing. The amount of not people we've been shooting. Oh. Are all these supposed to be the people we're gonna kill? Look at all these. Okay, well let's oh, they're probes, okay. Hey gang, looks like the second string escort has finally arrived. We're done with the transport, so we're gonna get out of here. Take out this new trash quickly, okay. I assume we need to take out these probes, because they're going to lead to there being lots of other stuff to kill. Look like there is an actual enemy. Oh no, it's the probes that we're actually killing, okay. Well, let's actually move around so we're not just sitting ducks here. Alright, we'll orbit that dude, we'll shoot them. Also, we want to change our orbit here. We're orbiting at a fairly high distance. I need to orbit much, much closer with my rifter. What's going on? Looks like I broke targeting. I got really far away really fast. I need to learn to get a little better at controlling my dude. I'm not great at it. But it looks like we're done. So we'll go back into heck here.
Warp drive active.
That was kind of fun. So after a fairly roundabout path yesterday, as I looked into things and tried some things and had some people tell me some things, it has become fairly apparent to me
Active.
the solution to trying to be able to run away from enemies when I'm gathering is 100% going to be the electronic countermeasure drones. Because even all the way up into the battleships and battle cruisers, you really only run into ships that have about
Permission requested.
20
Docking request accepted.
20 points in their LiDAR or radar or, whatever it is they use for tracking and targeting. And so, if you have 4 gatherers out there and they all have 5 ECM drones doing 1 point of ECM, then if you get jumped on by, a single or even maybe 2 people who are trying to lock you down, right? You're not typically going to have a bunch of people who are all trying to lock you down. You're normally going to have like a person who does the locking and a person who does the killing. Who is this motherfucker? Erg. It's like they're in one of the ganking. Okay. I see you ganking. You big nerd. This person is really excited about all the people they kill. We'll probably just add these folks in as a contact, and there we go. Let's make them people we don't want to see. I'm being very liberal with throwing out that negative negative reputation thing. And I'm just putting as many people as I can on my negative reputation. If you have a guild name or a corp name that even kind of sounds like you gank in highsec, I've got you on my list. If I see you, at least. If I haven't seen you, then obviously I can't do that. But I'm not messing around. I'm not trying to get freaking wrapped up. We finished that one, so we have our rewards here. So you also get 500,000 ISK for every one of these that you complete. So I'm going to get 1,000,000 ISK every day. I'm going to get 10,000 skill points every day. And then when you finish at 2 at a time, right? So I'm going to move into getting this, which is going to give me some Evermarks, which I don't really care about. Then we've got this Skinner thing. Then we've got 8,000,000 ISK. Then we've got another 75,000 skill points. And I don't know if you have to beat it 3 times, right? So is it 1, 2 on the third one? Or is it 1, 2, get, 1, 2, get, 1, 2, get? So either you got to do 8 of them a month or you got to do 12 of them a month. So I don't have enough time to do... That's not true, actually. I guess if it's only 8, then I'm going to get all of these this month. I've been slacking for the last 5 days. I haven't done this. Otherwise, I'd be good. But that's fine. We'll look into it. So it looks like I also probably got some enforcer stuff. So we're going to claim these rewards. Another 75,000 ISK. What's up? And go down here to our daily login. Get a frigate skin. Claim that. Next is going to be 25k skill points. Nice. Let's go down here, redeem these in the current station. Let's go down to the item hanger here. We got a bunch of stuff in the item hanger. We also have a bunch of currency in the item hanger. I need to move all this stuff, but it's not even going to fill up my vehicles, so... Of course, maybe I'll just sell it here. I honestly don't want to go deal with Jita. I don't want to deal with the people sitting at the entrance waiting to gank. I don't want to... Let's see, this is an Omega. Or is this a... Okay. I think I already have this skill injected. So we're just going to bounce it because I bought all of them yesterday. Again, I shouldn't have done it, but whatever. Hey, it's a Rifter skin. Booyah, baby. Boom, doom. 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 Well, let's take a look at that real quick. We'll just go ahead and pop this on here, I think. We got personalization. We got... Okay, just makes it a little darker. Gives it a little bit of a reddish undertone. Dig it. I dig it. We can leave that on there. What up, buddy boy? All right. Let's go back to our hangar here. Let's get back into our retriever. And let's go do some highsec mining. We are in 0.8 space, which means we do have rats. But I actually looked around heck, and the value of the asteroids here is really high. Now, there are 107 people, as well as this random dude right here, who are here.
Warp drive active.
So I imagine mining right here in the main area is maybe not the best idea. And there's probably a pretty good chance that I get attacked. Or people just looking to be buttheads. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We've still got enough currency that we can replace our retriever, another 4 times if we sell all of our ore. So, I'd be a little sad if we get nuked, but all right. We after it. Yeah, he's just after these Azure ones. That's not a terrible idea. I'm going to let him have it because you never know, right? I'm not in a position where I can necessarily defend myself. So if this person's part of some sort of a guild or something like that, and I go over here and I start mining the Azure one with him, then I'm just asking to potentially get attacked by, his guildies or something. So I'm going to sit over here. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to get my stuffs. It should only take me 1 pull here to get my 2,000. Because I've just got to mine 2,000 materials. To get my next little quest there. And that'll give me another 10,000 skill points. And I'm just going to spend those skill points every day. because that's just another half a day, right? I can get everything a half a day earlier, basically. So I'm pretty excited about that. I think that's going to be real good. And we'll get to see whether or not I get... We'll get to see whether or not I get the big reward here. And we'll get to see whether or not I have enough days to get all of this, because I'd really love to get these 75,000. I don't care so much about just 8 million ISK, right? That's one trip out here. That's about an hour worth of effort for me. Which, I mean, great. An extra free hour. That's fine. I'm happy with that. But 75,000 skill points is like 3 days worth of skill points. So... I really, really want to have that. It's funny because the Omega, I wonder... So it says you get both, right? So a lot of these are set up where... like this is different than this, and this is different than this. So I wonder if you get this and this if you go Omega, or if you just get this instead of this if you go Omega. Because, you know, this is like more than this. This is kind of a better version of this. This is a better version of this. So I wonder if you get both, because I'd love to get, you know, 250 or 225,000 skill points every day. All right, I've completed a daily goal, so we go to rewards. We claim, you know, our 500,000. We claim our 10,000. And then when we go look at opportunities, yeah, so it looks like you have to do 3 each time. So this is a 12-day track. So like half of the month you have to do stuff. So I'm not going to make it all the way to the end of this month, which is a little sad. Actually, I think we're only going to make it here. And then we'll get like 2 more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So we're not even going to get our 8 million ISK. But that's on me. I should have... should have been doing this since the start. And then I would be much better off right now. That's fine. Let's go check out our skills. Let's go apply these skill points here. Yeah, we've got 3 days and 1 hour. This will take this down to significantly. Yeah, we'll save 11 hours with our 10,000 skill points. So, I mean, that's awesome. And then we'll get it again tomorrow. And we'll get it again the day after that. And then it'll pretty much be done. So instead of 3 days, we only have like a day and a half left. So let's go ahead and apply those. Ammo. Two days and 14 hours remaining. It's not a lot, right? It's not going to change your build every day, right? You're not going to get a bunch of skills every day. But it's a nice chunk. Really puts some progress in. I really should have been more focused on that. We did some industrial stuff last night. Actually, we need to go back. We should have built our destroyer yesterday, so now we need to go ahead and build our cruiser. We need to do some mining agent quests. We've done some distribution agent quests. We're about halfway, pretty close. We got 2 more to do. And then we need to do some research. We've started this as well. We did one of these. We just got to do the other one and then make a blueprint copy. Again, somebody told me that you get a bunch of extra skill points for every one of these that you beat completely. And then you also get a ton of skill points for getting, you know, you get career points from each of these. You'll see if you click on here, it says you get 25 career points for beating this one. So as you build up these career points, you get these break points, and this one's 75,000 skill points. This one's 100,000. This one's 125,000. And then you get a bunch of extra stuff, right? Another 125,000, another 100,000. Basically, you double it if you get Omega. I assume that that'll carry over, right? That I don't have to be Omega before I get there. So honestly, if I keep beating a bunch of this stuff, keep doing a bunch of this stuff, then I'm going to have just a ton of extra hit points waiting for me, or not hit points, a bunch of extra skill points just sort of waiting for me when I move to Omega, and I'm just going to get a ton of free shit. You know, it says I have unclaimed rewards. So already I've got 50,000 skill point rewards from this right here that I haven't claimed. So that's going to be what, 375,000 skill points that I don't claim. I mean, that's days worth of skills right there. That's like 12 days, 13, 14, almost 15 days worth of skill points. At least alpha skill points. It's actually only 7 days worth of Omega skill points, but still, that's crazy. This person's all done up here. I am really, really bad about really, really bad about paying attention when I'm in highsec. I just don't know that I care to pay attention. You know what I mean? Soon we'll be getting rid of the mining drones. Probably even when we're in highsec. The mining drones do a pretty significant amount. They give us, you know, about a half a laser, about a third of a laser to 2/5 of a laser worth of extra gathering speed, which is really great. But I'll probably end up dumping the mining drones for the ECM drones, and I'll carry 5 ECMs and 5 fighters, so kill the rats, and then defend myself from people who warp in on me, trying to lock me down. And I think that'll be honestly good enough. Just the 5 ECM drones, I think, is going to go a long way, because they each give 1 point of ECM to all the different types of targeting. So I kind of changed up my fit. Let's take a look at this. I changed up my fit a little bit. So this is my retriever now. And so instead of having all armor, which I understand people will probably see this as a negative, because here in highsec you want armor so you can wait for Concord to come. And also you want armor so that you can wait for your ECM drones to actually hit somebody. I thought I saw something there. But I've got... what does this say? Oh, I can't use these yet. I gotta get some skills. It looks like sensor link level 4, which is an Omega. Okay, so I might not be able to wear this fit right at this moment. A bunch of these are Omegas, but I really like this remote sensor dampener. And I've got a 2 and a 1 because I couldn't get the CPU. But this, I've got them set up, or at least I will have them set up. I've got the scan resolution things in here. There we go. So these dampening scripts, what they're going to do is they're going to reduce the scan resolution of the enemy that's trying to target me, because the drones only give you about 5 seconds of target break. And then I'm going to use these scan dampeners to reduce or to increase the amount of time that it takes them to target lock me by a pretty significant amount, and that'll just give me a little extra time to go ahead and start warping away. And then, of course, everything else is the same, just mining lasers and stuff, and then I've got my warriors and my hornets. So, yeah, I think it'll be super good. But that all came from all the conversation we were having yesterday, where, you know, people were just giving me information about what the different types of ECM are, or not even just electronic countermeasures, but electronic warfare, what the different types of electronic warfare are, what they could be used for, you know, why something that I was planning on doing maybe wasn't going to work. So I was trying to cap lock people. I wanted to make like a kitsune or something that was going to cap lock people when they tried to come in and snag me. And so somebody showed me here on stream, and then I looked up, and unless you have a really good stagger for the capacitors being drained over and over and over again, so you would need like capacitor or neutralizing drones or something like that. They would have to be staggering really, really well to keep a person from being able to scram you. Because the cycles are long enough that if all the cycles are hitting at the exact same time, then that person can eventually gain enough capacitor back to hit the scram one time real quick. And that scram stops your warp if you were in the middle of it, right? So all they have to do is be able to scram you once every few seconds so that you can't warp away. And so it becomes this really kind of garbage thing. They need to implement something. So something that a lot of games do, and capacitor is very much like stamina. And this might make electronic warfare too powerful, and it might change the layout or the meta a little too much, and that'll probably really upset people. But if they made capacitor kind of like stamina in a lot of games, where if you drain all the way down, then your cap stays locked for a little while. And it doesn't have to be a long, long time. You know, a couple of seconds, right? 2 to 5 seconds of your capacitor being down would be enough. But the reason I think that's so important is, you know, killing somebody's capacitor is fairly difficult and requires a lot of investment from your ship. And so I feel like it should have a little more impact. And so if you can just take somebody's cap all the way down, I feel like that's a really good way. You know, and maybe that means you've got to change the range of the neutralizers. Maybe that means you've got to maybe balance some other stuff. Maybe you even have to reduce the overall efficacy of neutralizers. I don't know. But it's also something you would be able to do to yourself, right? So if you have a cap unstable vehicle and you keep running some of your modules until you literally go all the way down and eliminate your own cap, then there's a moment there, right? A 2 to 5 second time frame where you're not gaining any capacitor back, so you're not able to do anything. And that would give a lot of value to things like the cap batteries, right? Aren't there highs that just give you capacitor back instantly? So that could give a lot of value to those, right? You could run it out and then hit your battery and restart your goodness, I'm having a lot of trouble thinking today. My brain is not working. But could restart your regen. There you go. I don't know. It would be a lot. It would significantly change the landscape of PvP. I don't know if people would like it. I don't know if people would appreciate it. I know the ECM folks would appreciate it, right? It'd be great to be able to more permanently neutralize a target. But it seems good. Seems good. The only other thing I'm thinking about doing with this fit is going ahead because this fit here is more about my later play when I want to go out into the world, into like low sec, into null sec with a lot of barges or a couple barges and maybe a porpoise or something. It's not really about words are hard, okay? It's not really about being here in highsec. That's not where my focus is at, right? Because highsec doesn't require a ton of focus on security and stuff like that. So this is more of a low sec. What can we do to try and save ourselves when we get attacked out there? Kind of a fit. And so one of the things that I might go ahead and do is instead of doing all three of these, it would reduce the efficacy of my lasers a little bit. So we've got 13, 21 here. We come down to 12. So we lose 100 M3s per laser per 3 minutes, which, I mean, isn't terrible, but isn't great. But maybe putting a warp stabilizer here so that either you have to use an up close scram or you have to use multiple disruptors in order to get one of these. I don't know how valuable that would be. I don't know how many people use scrams instead of disruptors. I don't know, how many people try and use long range warp disruption. Am I mostly just going to end up bouncing into interdiction spheres out in null space instead of scrams? What's the thing? I don't really have a plan for interdiction spheres right now. I don't really. And that's definitely the thing I'm going to run into the most, right? Is interdiction spheres. So I don't know. I really don't. One of the hardest things for me about PvP in this game is the fact that you need to lock targets manually and identify targets manually. And so something that somebody told me yesterday is you can do that by holding control and clicking the stuff in here. Like if I wanted to target that. I just control click instead of what I've been doing, which is click, come up here, click, and then you can hold control and shift and click it to get rid of it, which is great. And I need to start practicing. I think gathering is a great place to practice some of this because, you know, these things aren't going anywhere. These things aren't moving. You also have, you know, you've got your targets version here, which this is probably going to need to get popped out and moved. Honestly, I need to do a lot of work to my layout here. There's a lot of stuff that you sort of need. I think that maybe this is too wide because I don't know if I need all of this information. Like, I feel like I can deal with that information right there. Because if we go to general, right, size doesn't really do anything for me. Velocity and angular velocity. So this information could be very important during combat. Because you want to know, you know, am I going to be able to keep up with this person? Is this person going too fast for my my turrets to track? You know, what's going on exactly with that? And I don't really have a good answer for what to do or how to deal with that problem. But I think if I shrunk this down, right, and only had half, then I could keep my mining one up. I could put my target ones up right here. And then I could have two side by side. And I mean, again, that takes up a lot of my real estate, my visual real estate. But I don't necessarily need to be looking, right? You can get a lot of information about what's going on. Of course, I'll also probably need to be way zoomed out. Way zoomed out here, like this. This is something that I actually wish. So when you're on this screen right here, when you double click to move, you double click, you're moving as if you're still in 3D look, even though this is a 2D rendering here, right? These circles are 2D renderings, and that's why you get, so if we look here, you'll see that a lot of these rocks, this rock especially, this big rock right here, has this angled line coming from it that attaches to this circle on this 2D plane here. And the reason that happens and the reason that arc exists is because that's a representation of its distance. And so because it's at an up angle from me, right, the distance between us here is the same as the distance between this circle here and here. And this line represents where it would be if this rock was instead on any point in this line at the same distance from me. And so that's what this arc is about here. And so this is just trying to represent to you in 2D space because that's what you have, right? You have a 2D range. And so that arc and that little dot are representing to you in that 2D space how far away this thing is. So what I would like to be able to do is instead of my double click going through my 2D rendering here, right? Because if you look from directly above and you click here, you don't move laterally across this horizontal plane. You move vertically up and down because you've clicked straight forward, as if you didn't have this on at all and you were like behind your vehicle here. So I can click and I can move forward here. Double click. There we go, and we're moving. I don't see my little line though. It's because I don't have this on. So you see there's that little blue line there, and it's going where I clicked it. And so what I would prefer is when I was up here, it doesn't even have to be always, but I'd like if there was a hotkey that I could press to instead turn what I'm doing into a 2D control so that I could like hold shift and then double click over here. And instead of moving at a downward angle in this direction, I would move laterally in this direction. You know what I mean? And then maybe we could even have one to invert it. So, I hold shift to move just laterally on the 2D plane. But then, maybe I can hold control to move vertically back towards me to invert the direction that I'm trying to go. So normally if I clicked through here, I would go down and to the left. But maybe if I hold control, I come back up towards me and to the left instead. And so I could get a lot more control going on from this plane right here. And it's possible that those hotkeys already exist. I actually haven't looked, but I'd like to be able to maneuver a little better in this tactical overlay without having to rotate my camera crazy and then double click and then rotate my camera over this way and then double click. And that just, in a game that requires so much information, you're giving up a lot of information to be able to manually control your vehicle. And I don't really like that. So actually, let's go check. Let's go look at some hotkeys. Shortcuts, combat, navigation. So this is where I'm at. Accelerate is num plus, autopilot control S. Could have sworn my autopilot was A, but okay. Align to, at location, cycle fleet. Okay, these are all broadcasts that I don't have. And I probably won't ever use because I don't need to broadcast because I'll be playing by myself. Spotted enemy, warp to. Decelerate num minus. I actually want to use these keys. I wonder how much they accelerate and decelerate you. First person camera, fleet regroup, orbit camera, pitch down, pitch up, blah blah blah. Save location. Select target, alt right click. Oh, alt right, alt left. Got it. So that allows me to cycle the targets that I've already. Yeah, I don't like that because I'll never put two hands on the keyboard. But sensor overlay. Set full speed, control alt space. Stop ship, control space. Tactical camera, tactical overlay. I don't actually need these buttons, I don't think. I don't need hotkeys to get into my different camera views. Toggle show all brackets. Toggle show no brackets. I need to check something real quick. Yeah, it looks like I'm not actually seeing y'all's chat. I'm sorry. I've been sitting here talking to myself like an idiot. Let me figure out what's going wrong. One sec. I didn't really think anything of the fact that there was nobody in the chat because honestly, a lot of times it takes a while. But I guess it's been about an hour. I've just been rambling. Testing. Still not working. Oh, no, it works. There we go. I fixed it. Sorry, folks. Sorry about that. Oh, I've got this on an auto-generated key on YouTube. That's going to be a problem. So there's going to be an extra long delay on YouTube today because I forgot to change it. Oh no, it's on ultra low latency. Never mind. It's just only going to be in 720, not in 1080. Oh no, maybe it'll be in 1080 too. But maybe I don't have to do whatever it is I normally do. Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't actually have any clue what's going on. But what's up, Animal? Sorry I missed you there. What's up, Lone Twist? How are you today? Zero Gravy, good to see you. Sorry I missed all of your messages there. Let's make sure that I didn't miss anybody else. Yeah, I think we're good. Holy shnikes. Well, that was a fun hour of me just talking to myself. I can't believe it had already been an hour. That's crazy. Thought you were making a YouTube video or something. No, I'm just an asshole who doesn't know how to do their job. Hey, ship cargo hold is full.
Warp drive active.
Oops, I'm gonna leave my drones. That's fine. We'll come back for them. I'm glad that my ineptitude can bring you joy, Twist. Very, very glad. At least somebody is getting some sort of value out of it.
Docking request accepted.
I'm like the jester who trips and drops all of the balls that he's carrying, and somehow, in his effort to catch them, ends up looking like he's juggling. But really, he's just falling and trying desperately to hang on. Somehow, at least sometimes, it kind of works. And the rest of the time, well,
Warp drive active.
since starting to try and stream and make content and do stuff like that, the phrase fake it till you make it has really taken on a whole new meaning for me. Because I literally have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I am just rambling into the void, hoping desperately that what I say has some merit to somebody sometime. Yeah, I mean, I don't have much experience in EV either, Twist. This is my super early days for me also. So I also don't know for sure, but yes, I would assume.
The asteroid is depleted.
I mean,
The
that's
asteroid
just
is depleted.
the
The
way
asteroid
that
is
that
depleted.
works. Yo, why are you shooting at me? I'm about to drop some fighter tier 2 drones on you. You're about to get jacked up. Yeah. Get punched in the face. What's up now, dude? What's up now? But yeah, I mean, it's all about making yourself as hard a target as you possibly can. 100%. And that's so making yourself a hard target, though, is not actually going to save you. The point of making yourself a hard target is so that people remember, so that they know they have to bring extra stuff to kill you, so they won't even try when they don't have that extra stuff, right? So if somebody tries to kill you and all they bring is one little tackle ship with a couple of missiles, then they might, you might get away and they might realize, oh, okay, well, I can't really use that tactic to get that person. And maybe they remember, maybe they don't. But if it happens enough times, maybe they'll remember. And then that just means that you're safe via the fact that they don't want to come after you when they think they're not going to be able to succeed if there's somebody else in the system that they can go after, especially if they don't have, if it's late at night and their teammate isn't on, so they can't come at you with multiple ships or, anything like that. It is 100% about creating barriers and layers, and because you're never going to be able to stop the gankers, right? They can always bring more ships. They can always, um, lock you down again. They can always, whatever. So you're not, especially as a solo, you're not going to win that fight because you just can't field as many ships as they can, right? You'd have to have enough drones to stop every single tackler they brought. You'd have to have, um, more porpoises for more armor. You'd have to have, whatever. I don't even know what the solutions would be, but you'd have to have new ships for each new thing that you needed to combat, and eventually you just don't have the real estate on your computer screen to deal with that. I think somewhere between 4 and 8 accounts is probably the maximum that an individual is going to really be able to succeed with. And so at some point you can't keep up. It's a numbers game. You can sure as heck make them bring 4 or 5 ships with them. And if they can't muster up 4 or 5 ships, then you're safe. And that's my goal. I want people who want to try and gank me to need like at least 3 people. So that way I can only have to run away when at least that many people show up. And we're going to get there. And it's going to be a good time. And I'm very excited about it. In the meantime, we're going to shoot lasers at rocks in highsec. And this is probably what we're going to be looking at doing for a while. I definitely am going to be doing this. Today is day 3 of my ability to use this. So we've got, including today, 5 more days of our expert system. I don't want to start doing other stuff. Yeah, 4 days and 22 hours. So at the start of the 6th day, we'll be doing something else. But I don't want to start doing other stuff before using up this expert system, because this barge has quite a bit of value and I'm able to earn quite a bit of currency per day this way. So we're going to keep doing this probably for the next 5 days. And then on that 6th day, we'll go ahead and switch to one of these other career programs. Probably the Enforcer, maybe the Explorer. So the Explorer is one of the best ways to earn currency, I think. Before, like as an alpha, right? Going and like scanning down and doing relic sites and different stuff like that. You know, this is where it's going to teach you about gas mining, I guess. This is just trying to get you out into some different types of space and to do some different types of stuff. Yeah, you got combat sites, got hacking sites. These hacking and relic sites are some of the best ISK per hour you can make, I think, as a low tier player. So we may move to that one and try and accelerate our Omega status a little bit. I'm kind of torn. You know, I want the Omega status, because if I have Omega status, you gain skill points at double the rate. So I really, really want that, because I really, really want to gain my bonus skill points. But I also don't necessarily want to become Omega until I've gotten most of the alpha stuff that I want out of the way, because then I feel like I'm just wasting Omega time on training alpha skills. So I don't know. We'll see. I think probably I'll just get Omega as fast as possible, because you don't necessarily need to train all of the alpha skills to need Omega skills. For example, I don't need to train Galente frigates to need Minmatar battle cruisers or Minmatar whatever, because Galente frigates aren't really a requirement there. And so if I'm not planning on using Galente frigates before I'm planning on using Minmatar whatevers, then it's better just to go ahead and start training the Omega stuff that I need from Minmatar when I have all of the prerequisites done in that scope. And so I've got the same thing, you know, I want to use these ECM drones. I'm going to need Omega to use the ECM drones. I want to use, you know, there's a bunch of stuff. I want to use barges. I need Omega for barges. And I can kind of ignore some of that other stuff, because like I'm not using Galente frigates yet. I'm not using all that other stuff. I'm not using Caldari ships yet. Will I maybe one day use them? Absolutely. But for now, I'm pretty focused on Minmatar ships and mining ships and projectile weapons. I really like projectile weapons. I know that the prevailing the prevailing understanding is that missiles just tend to be better, but I really like guns. I really like the gunships. They give me that wild, wild west space feel. Right? When you're shooting missiles at things, I don't feel quite as involved in the conflict. I don't feel quite as excited about what's going on, you know? All vids from longtime players are pointing to the Magic 14 I'm finding. Oh yeah, the Magic 14 is a big deal. And I did go through and make sure that I had all of those unlocked and that I had started getting those up to level 3. I think one of the things that has only really been started talking about early on, one of the things that has only really been started talking about recently, but that I think early on people were misrepresenting or misunderstanding when the Magic 14 really kind of first started coming out, is that while the Magic 14 is great and the Magic 14 helps all of your skills, you shouldn't necessarily get the Magic 14 to the exclusion of everything else. And certainly you shouldn't try and get the Magic 14 to the exclusion of everything else right away, because you need, there are lots of little things that you need that allow you to sort of progress your character. And you want to see some of that progression happening every day. So something that a lot of people, well, I don't know if a lot of people, but specifically LaRue has been talking about in some of his videos recently. I say recently, in the last year or so, some of the videos I've watched, is more worrying about going ahead and getting your Magic 14 up to level 3 or level 4, and then slowly working it, up to 4 and then up to 5 from there. When, maybe you've got everything you need right now for the ship that you're flying. So if you're planning on flying a frigate, you get your frigates up, you get some of your gunnery and stuff up. You get some of that stuff up, and then um, from there, you can go and get, tier 4, and then you can go and get tier 5. But if you just try and load up the Magic 14 all the way to tier 5 right out of the gate, you're looking at months of skill points that need to be used. And so you're basically not going to be able to do anything else, right? You're going to be in your super basic frigate with your super basic skills, barely doing any damage, and not able to get out of highsec, not able to do, a lot of the missions, not able to do a lot of the other content, because you've trapped yourself into trying to get the Magic 14 up. The other thing is, I don't think you should spend that free million skill points that you get on the Magic 14 either. Because if you spend the free million skill points you get on the Magic 14, then you become very you become unable to adapt. You become unadaptable. So, especially if you're a super new player, the Magic 14 is great, and it feels like a great place to just go bomb all your skill points on. But if you do that and you made some early game decisions about what you wanted to do in the game that you later regret or decide you don't want to do, then pivoting to, from mining to combat or something like that becomes extremely difficult, because you've already spent all of your free million skill points. So making sure that you keep some of that in reserve, maybe a couple 100,000 of those skill points being kept in reserve, I think is pretty important, especially if you've just never played the game before, you don't know anything about Eve, you're coming in blind, reserve a couple 100,000 skill points. So if you decide you're not liking mining, you can just go, boop up some skills for your damage, for your ship, and then go do some combat. Or you can go boop up some hacking skills and go do some better hacking, or you can, whatever, boop up some skills to help you haul, and you could be a hauler, whatever it is. But you definitely don't want to lock yourself into where you're at by spending all those skill points. For early game players, I think those skill points are they represent freedom, right? They represent your ability to adapt and change. we just out here mining, baby. I really do love mining. I love gathering resources. I wish it was more interesting, but honestly, I'm kind of into it. Throw on some TV in the background. Relax. I do this in like a super AFK fashion at night, and it's probably going to start causing me problems at some point. But I don't have my second monitor right now, right? I use a second computer for looking at chat. And so when I want to watch TV right now, or I actually listen to TV, I have to alt tab out. And so I'll come out here and I'll start mining and I'll just alt tab and start watching some TV when I'm not streaming. It's silly. I should definitely not be doing it. Even in 0.8 highsec, I really should be at least looking at my computer, but or looking at my game, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I really can't wait to get a couple of Omegas. I know it's really far away, but I really can't wait to be able to split this screen and play a couple of accounts and then get a couple more and then split the screen some more. I think 4. I think I can manage 4. I'll need to get, I think, is a second monitor. Well, no, never mind. We'll see. If I could get like a 1080p TV, because I really only want to stream in 1080p, but if I could get a 1080p TV that was like really big, maybe I could find a used one instead of a monitor, because this game doesn't require, you know, high refresh rates and all that bullshit that you need for, like, you know, playing first person shooters and shit like that. And I don't play any video game at a level where I need, you know, a 1 millisecond latency monitor with freaking 144 hertz refresh rate or whatever the hell they've got going on now. I'm good, right? I need 60 frames a second. I need 60 hertz refresh rate. I need 1080p. I can do a 6 millisecond monitor all day long because I'm slow already. So what is all that extra stuff going to do for me? Nothing. And I can only stream at 60 frames. So it's not like, not only can I only stream to you all at 60 frames, but I only get 60 frames from NVIDIA GeForce Now too. So there's just not a ton of value for the stream, for me, for any of that. You know, I played video games way back in the day when all we had was the NES and you were getting like 8 frames a second. I could play 60 frames all day. I don't even notice. Hell, I'll play 30 frames. Hello, Nico Karan 666. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? How's your eve going? You tearing it up out there? Currently mining, trying to get back into the game. Hey, perfect. Perfect. How long ago did you quit? Or take a break? Yeah, that's where I'm at. I need to get some Omega action going on. $3 years? Okay, cool. That's not the longest I've ever heard of, so. I honestly, I'm pretty hopeful for the future of Eve. Most of the time when I log on, there's somewhere between like 17 and 25,000 people in the game, which is still very healthy. I mean, Eve's a huge world, so I'd probably like to see, half again or double that number just to make the entire world feel lived in. But I see a lot of people, just banging around. So, I mean, the game's still healthy and they're still doing lots of work on upgrading and improving and putting out new stuff. And so I think it's going to be something I'm even going to get to play. I'm coming really late to the party. Game's already been out for over 20 years. But you never know. I might get a whole decade out of this game. So Big Abyss Runner. Hey, there you go. That's a lot of ISK. Did you do the whole multi-box, run a bunch of frigates, blow everything up thing? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I've recently seen some videos about some solo frigate builds and stuff. Money. The one thing that I always forget about all those videos that talk about, like this is what you can do as a solo player, even on an alpha account. I forget that those are like, a couple of month to a couple of year old alpha accounts that don't have, a little over 1 million skill points. They've got, 15 or 20 million skill points. Yeah, I've got 1,686,000 skill points right now. Because my character's only 5 days old. Is that 686 or 606? I think that might just be 606. I gotta remember. I don't know if this was here the last time you played or not, Nico, but I don't remember seeing this before, the Air monthly track. But this is super good. Yeah, I did do a referral animal. On like the second day that I was playing, one of the viewers came in and told me that I should get 1,000,000 skill points and gave me their referral link. I actually need to probably get on my bot. Let's actually do that. Right here, middle of the stream. Let's get on the bot. Let's create an action. Let's create a new command. Add command. The name of the command is going to be referral. And the command key is going to be exclamation referral. Does referral have one F or two? There we go. Animal just went ahead and put it in there for me. Okay. We're going to do YouTube messages and Twitch messages. And then we're going to, well, we'll allow. Okay. Then we're going to go here to actions. We're going to add. We're going to name this action referral. Press OK. The trigger is going to be a command. It's going to use the referral command. Okay. And the sub action is going to be to send a message that is my referral link. Let's see, did I bookmark my referral link? Nope, because I'm an idiot. Bringing a halt to Jita to sell at the moment. You're braver than me. You're braver than me. All right, there's my referral link. I don't know if I'm ever going to go to Jita. Fuck that. Okay. And then we also want to go to Twitch chat. Send message to channel. Same. Okay. If you don't sell, you don't make ISK. Well, sure, but I can sell it somewhere other than Jita. And then let somebody else haul it to Jita and make a little profit. That's fine. Just short of 6 mil. Takes about 3 billion to get Omega. And then let's go to commands. Let's edit this one. It needs to be on, say, a 5-minute global cooldown. So, what's that, 300 seconds? Okay. I think that's good. Let's find out. Yeah, it's expensive. We on the way, though. Ammo. Oh, okay. It does it both. So I need to get my restream bot to not duplicate my messages. Okay, perfect. It works. It works. Only got 12 mil. Oh my goodness. How much are you hauling right now? Make money, money, make money. 15 mil. Okay. That's good. I mean, you've got more than enough to get really, really well outfitted ventures over and over and over again. So, I mean, you're in a good spot. I don't know what your skills are looking like, but if you've got the gas huffing, you could probably go make some pretty decent ISK in your current position. It's going to be a long road, but it's certainly one that you can make it. Yeah, you can. Not very effectively, but you totally can. You can only get up to 3 of 5 as an alpha, I believe. Let's go see. Oh, you can only get 2 of 5 gas harvesting. Cannot get ice harvesting, though. If you do want to ice harvest, you can get ice harvesting. As you see, I've got 3 points in it right now for my expert system. I don't know if these expert systems were there 3 years ago when you were playing, but there is a list of some expert systems that you can get in the store for Plex. The one I'm using is, shut the fuck up. This one here with the mining barge operations. So this is why I can use a mining barge right now, is I've got this active. And then, oh, there's a really good gas harvesting one. Interesting. What does this give you? What skills does this unlock? Need to know. But I mean, this is like 90 million ISK, and this would be about 180 million. So you got to get to where you can go ahead and buy it first. But they're a pretty decent path, I think, to gaining more resources. Oh, okay, so this gets you all the way into, okay, it still gives you the barges. And then, let's see, gives you some armor, astrology, astrometrics. Still only gives you the tier 2 gas harvesting. Okay, so this one probably actually isn't all that valuable. And the reason I say that is that it's still only taking you up to gas cloud 2. And I don't think that the rest of these are necessarily super valuable for Yeah, mostly this is like scanners and stuff that it's giving you. So I probably wouldn't spend the 180 mil on that. But right, but you can only use up to gas 2 because you don't have your Omega on. Right. Let's control B and put belt. Oops. Let's get rid of that one. Yes. Wish it would just... Oh, we can just edit. Nice. Okay. Then we'll just go back here and we'll put our shit away real quick.
Drive active.
Stop and recall our drones.
Warp drive active.
And away we go. Oh, hey, awesome. My Discord is currently a total fucking mess.
Docking request accepted.
I don't really know what my Discord needs, and I haven't added Eve to the Discord at all. But it's kind of just garbage right now. I spend too much time playing video games and not enough time being a streamer. That's really my problem. I need to work on that. I've been putting a little work in, but not very much and not very often. We'll get there. Yeah, Once Human is actually the game that started this channel. I had been wanting to stream or thinking about streaming for a really long time and just never pulled the trigger on it. And Once Human came out and I started playing it, I was just having so much fun, I decided that I needed to go ahead and start streaming.
Warp drive.
So I did. An enemy of the Minmatar has joined the system.
Docking permission requested.
What's going on? The electric crossbow? Yeah, so I had kind of quit before the electric crossbow really came out. I played really hard for the first 3 months. I have over 1,000 hours in the game in the first 3.5 months. So, I mean, I went ham. But eventually things just got a little repetitive for me. I think that game is great for more casual players. If you're MO, get my Thrasher. If you're not going to play a bajillion hours a day like I did. Yeah, so I did play a little bit when the perm servers came out, but the implementation that they had was a little meh for me. I like the reset personally. I think the reset was probably the best thing about the game. I really liked the system of points to, get to keep certain things and stuff like that. And so I didn't mind not having the perm servers. And then when they added the perm servers, I was really excited because I was like, this is great. I can get a character in each of the different types of servers, and then be able to kind of move around and do stuff. And that'll give me, as a really hardcore player, a lot more stuff to do while not really taking away from the casual nature of maybe just playing one type of server at a time. And so I thought it was going to be really great, but then like their PvP stuff was really scuffed with the perm servers because it didn't really continue on after the server became permanent. And so like I didn't see any point in a lot of the perm servers. And so I ended up just kind of falling back out of love with the game. And it was a game that I saw a lot of potential in, and that I just didn't feel like really met its potential, which was too bad. Hey, thanks for the follow, Nico. I appreciate it. Get that thrasher going. Animal Spied, also with the follow. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, y'all. I think this is the one where I'm doing my
Active.
doing my research here, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Request accepted.
Oh, you went with the Minmatar start? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely went with the Minmatar start. I love the Minmatars. Don't think who like you, the people in Discord? My Discord is just not very active because I'm not very active in it because I'm a trash can. It's basically all my fault. Oh, Minmatars. Why would you hate on the Minmatar? Why would you do things to make the Minmatars hate you? Minmatars are such wonderful, lovely people. Valente. Gross. Gross. I think that everybody who's not Minmatar is gross, though. Everybody should pick Minmatar. What did you give me in my Eimer? Ooh, mining yield. We'll just put that right there. How long does this last? Show me some info. 10% mining yield laser. 4-hour duration. Oh, you're not negative. That's fine.
Warp drive active.
As long as you're not hurting the Minmatars, we can still be friends. But if you ever hurt the Minmatars, I will find you. You will be hunted. Yeah, I don't PvP at all. If I'm being honest, this did not update the way I wanted it to. Oopsie. Alright, let's send the drones out to that one. And then let's laser that one. And let's laser this one. Actually, that's a lie. Let's laser this one. And let's send the drones to this one. That's better. Been hunted, remove them from existence. They thought because I was a miner I couldn't PvP. Follow me to my low-sec station. Pop out comes a Triglavian battleship. Guys, we're not ready for the fire. I only have frigates, so I guess I won't hunt you until I have something better than a frigate. I suppose I shouldn't be threatening to hunt people on my 5-day-old account, but whatever. It's fine. I mean, it's not about the number of the cannons, it's about the size. As you were, as you want me to be. All right. You know what I love most about gathering with a barge? Is all the time it gives me to look at all these dope ass ships. Like, let's look at this. A lift. Like, look at this thing. I don't even know what side's the front. Is this side the front or is this side the back? Who knows? Bonus to shield booster and capacitor booster. Bonus to shield command and skirmish command. Yeah. Roll bonus can fit a triage module. Can use 2 command burst modules. Reduction in CPU. Bonus to logistic drone transfer amount. Ninja, what's up? A little bit to the left. This is the front. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I thought this looked a little bit like the back, like all of these were jet boosters, but then all the running lights look the same color, so I didn't really know. Shields, drones, support. So these things are called carriers. Can you actually dock ships in the carriers? Or is it more about using the giant fighters? It says carrier right here. Because it also says information. Need a gore. Well, that one's also information. Oh, no, this is just the information for the carrier. Okay. That's fine. Hell is the super carrier? Okay, well, this is the one I want then. I want to be super. Super duper. Bonus to fighter damage, bonus to fighter velocity, bonus to ship warp core strength, reduction in target illumination, burst projector cycle time, bonus to shield command and skirmish command, can fit network sensor array, burst projectors command burst, area of effect range, can launch light and heavy fighters, can lock at extended ranges. So the goal is just make this thing tanky as fuck. $70 billion? I can get 70 billion. That's not a problem at all. Oh, okay, so these just straight up don't have their own weapons either. Because it doesn't have hard points or launchers or... That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, it can hold 110,000 M3s. Ooh, that's exciting. Oh. Okay, so this doesn't have the same issue as a drone because the fighters... Okay. So you can have lots of squadrons of fighters. Ooh, this is exciting. So does that mean that you can launch multiple sets of fighters at a time? Like, can you have more than 5 fighters out compared to the drones where you can only have 5? Still want a Zenitra? I don't even know what that is. Oh, okay. So you can have 3 light squadrons and 4 heavy squadrons. So 7 squadrons can be out at a time. Cool. Yo, we gonna get some carriers. We gonna get some carriers and fuck some shit up. See, this one's way cheaper. This one's only 3 billion. We can have 1 heavy or 1 support squadron and 3 light squadrons. Okay. Well, that's much less. But we could be happy with that, right? That's very exciting. And this one looks just like the Hell, just slightly smaller. Each of these squadrons have 3 abilities, speed buff, and 2 weapons. Okay. Okay. See, we gotta have stepping stones. We'll get a regular carrier, and then we'll get a super carrier, and then we'll get a Titan. And then I'll just be running around in this bad boy. Just fucking everything up. Happy with your Myrmidon carrier? I mean, I hope you're happy with a carrier. Those things are dope. Oh. Bring back the mining drones. Send out the fighter drones. Check that butt face. Need to make a new Dominix. Have I seen the Galente Titan? I have not. Is it dope? An old steam locomotive. I mean, that's cool. Titan. It looks like a railgun to me. Like the whole thing just looks like a railgun. Like a rifle. Well, that might explain it. Oh, this one's ugly as shit. I don't like this one. Stupid parasol ship. Fucking Amar. Bunch of nerds. The Leviathan. This one is probably the one I like the most. Although I feel like it should go the other way. Right, this should be the front. This should be the back. But whatever. Stratios. What's a Stratios? Oh shit, the Wyvern. Those are dope. Oh, I ran out of asteroid. Sister ship made for stealth recon mostly. Oh, okay. That's cool. Be completely honest with you, without corporation, you can only dream about capital ships. I mean, you'd like to think that, wouldn't you? I can definitely. I don't care if it gets blown up. It's pixels on a computer screen, dude. Nobody gives a fuck. I just want to get it. I want to be. I want to be a solo, and I just want to dump a capital ship, a Titan, just in the middle of a system somewhere, and just have it there for as long as it exists. And if somebody wants to come be a angry person and blow it up, then I'll fight them for as long as I can until it dies. And then I'll make a bunch more currency and I'll buy another one. That's fine. I can make 220 billion. I can do it. I'm going to plunk it down, and then I'm going to find some small corporation out in nullsec somewhere, and I'm just going to like drive it up to their station. Just sit outside of their station with it. Every time one of them comes out, just shoot them in the face. What the fuck is a Tholos? Let's find out. Ooh. Oh, is this one of the tier 3? Nope. This looks like a steampunk railgun. So many cool ships. Let's get it started in here. And the base keeps running, running, and running, running, and running, running, and running, running. Lone twist. I'm assuming a ship that large can still be cloaked. Can you cloak a capital ship? Yo. The Lancer Dreadnought. Well, there you go. Of course, I guess they can only stay cloaked for so long. Eventually they uncloak. I'll just never sleep again. I'll sleep in 15-minute shifts for the rest of my life. Just clicking the cloak button on my Titan. Just permanently have it cloaked out in nullsec. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. A nemesis and a Hecate. Let's go see what those are, too, because I don't know what those are. It sounds to me like you have way more than 12 million. You just have it all tied up in vehicles. Nemesis. Yeah, estimated price 22 million. Heck it. What is Kisriel? I don't know what a Kisriel is. Hecate. Oh shit. I mean, just in those two ships, you got 1 billion ISK. Goodness. Is Kisriel a ship? Or is it a person? Nope, it's a ship. All right. What do we got? Ooh. It does look like a bug. I think I was wrong. It was 100 million ISK, not 1 billion ISK. Because they were 77 and 22 million, not 700 and 200. But that's fine. Unreasonably expensive? That's not unreasonably expensive. That's only 600 million. It's fine. It's fine. It's not about how good it is. It's about how badass it looks. And look at all these hard points. Six guns. I got 2 guns. 1 for each of you. But do you get similar performance while you look like a giant beetle? And that's also kind of the way of things with these games. Usually it's really cheap. Val Kilmer, there you go. Usually it's really cheap to get, 90 to 95% of the power that you can gain. And then usually that last 10% of power is more difficult or more expensive. And so I think this game is very much in that same vein, where for the most part, right, it's fairly cheap to get your basic versions of your ships. You've got your cruisers, you've got your Navy cruisers, you've got a lot of these tier 2s in all of these areas. that are fairly inexpensive compared to, you know, maybe some of these special editions or, you know, maybe some of these like special Triglavian things, right? This one you're looking at 675 or 73 for a heavy assault cruiser. But then if you go back into the Minmatars and you look at their heavy assault cruisers, you're probably not going to be having nearly as much, right? Yeah, 191, 170. So again, you're getting most of the strength of a heavy assault cruiser here for a third of the cost. And then it's that remaining power, that extra oomph that these sort of hybrid or pirate faction ships add that create some of that extra cost. But honestly, the Triglavian ships are so dope looking that I don't think it hurts. I have trig ships and I love them, but I can't use them due to being Omega only. Don't look at Barbaroga. Oh, dude, why are we not looking at Barbaroga? 8 billion? That's fine. That's fine. That's a drop in the bucket. We'll be there in no time. No time. It only has one hard point? What? Is that how Triglavian ships are? They use those special the special weapons instead of disintegrators. Okay, yeah. Ooh, they got a dreadnought too? What's up? Their dreadnought is cheaper than their marauder. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I mean the Triglavian's only using. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. The last added ship in the. Okay, so this is the newest ship. Well, that's why it's so expensive. That makes sense. I mean, that's exciting though. The concept of only being able to use a single weapon like that is really interesting. Do all of their vehicles use that stuff? Yeah, okay. So even the wow, that's a 400 million ISK frigate. Holy shiznit. So they just all expensive. That brings up some interesting implications. Spooling up, repairing. Oh, they have 3 hard points. That's interesting. They don't seem to have as many hit points as their contemporary counterparts. Made to repair armor, okay. They all seem to be a little on the glass cannony side. Those are hella dope, though. There's so many ships. It's going to be so hard to get them all. But I want to get them all. Wanna be the very best. No one ever was. Catch them all is my real test. Train them is my cause. Hey, fourplex. That's what I'm talking about, Nico. Get it. Get it. Who's gaining LP? I'm gaining LP. We are in the middle of finishing this. Perfect. We're going to finish this soon. And then salvaging. We need to salvage a bunch of wrecks. Gross. Gross. I'll need to put a salvage module on my combat ship and just go fuck shit up. Maybe try and get involved in some home front stuff. Take my little shitty frigate in there and try and help out. It's the home front stuff takes like a lot of people, doesn't it? A group thing. This is a group activity. We suggest you find a fleet before continuing. Also a group activity. Also a group activity. Also a group activity. Unavailable. There are no signs of pirate strongholds in nearby solar systems. We should maybe see about doing some of this. Find some people. I don't know what any of this crap is. We're all super far away though. Pirate insurgencies. Oh my gosh, there's so much to read. I don't know what to do. Raid, deserters hideout, abyssal artifact recovery. Nope. Are we all full? We all full. Give me back my drones. And we go back to Tatara.
Warp drive active.
Warp drive active. That's the way it works, Twist. That's the way it works. Ask Gravy sometimes. You'll see I keep dragging his ass into new video games and he keeps trying them out and then I get bored and I leave. And he's stuck picking up the pieces. Poor Gravy. Poor Gravy. I think this one's going to keep me entertained for a while though, just because it's so complicated and there's lots of stuff to think about. And as long as I don't um spend too much time like watching too many videos and learning too much stuff about sort of the macro and the meta and stuff like that, then I'll probably enjoy the game for a while. As soon as I start getting into the meta stuff, it'll probably start to bore the shit out of me. Because metas are boring. Optimization is boring. I hate doing things the way everybody else does them unless I've come to that conclusion on my own. I don't mind doing the meta as long as I approached the meta by figuring it out myself. I keep forgetting to update that thing. Only knee deep. Only knee deep twist. You gotta dive in. Get that hair wet. It's usually more about finding weakness than about meta. I hope that's true, and I hope that there's a pretty consistent shifting of the meta. Down to 600k hisk. Oh no. What are you gonna do if you die? I hope that that's just, so. One of my favorite games of all time, Linja, was the original Guild Wars. And the reason that I liked it so much was um goodness, can't talk. The reason I liked it so much is they had a dedicated um team that did all of their balancing and they dropped new balance patches literally every week. And so I got a lot of value out of that game over a long term because you were constantly having to reevaluate what you thought was the best practice at any given time. So you'd create a really good build and it'd feel really overpowered and you'd do really well in PvP and PvE. And then they'd rebalance it or they'd nerf it in some way or they'd do something to it because it was starting to get copied too much. And then you'd have to go and totally reevaluate and find a new build. And I really, really liked that. And I think that's a lot of fun. And so I hope that this game is kind of the same way. Like it's just so complicated that the metas just keep shifting all the time. And so exploration and discovery become a much bigger deal. Hey, how about you die? How about that? Little nerd. All right, what do we got? 421 more plex to go. Hey, you got it. You got it. In Eve, you have update basically every day. By the way, currently they're working on 2 new visual effects. I can't wait for them to implement it. You mean like large scale visuals like this or small scale visuals like people getting shot? Let's zap that with a laser or 2. Stuck on something. Let me out. Okay, cool, cool. I mean, I love these nebulas, and I love the way the suns, when you cover them up, it kind of dims the whole visual. I mean, I love the way this game looks. That's just so pretty. It's like a painting. Expert system. Ammo. First visual is effect which will make your ship burn in space once your HP gets into hull. Nice. Second visual is that if you hit repair your ship in station, bunch of small drone will come to repair your ship. Okay, so those are what I would consider small, or smaller visual effects. When I meant large visual effect, I meant like, this nebula stuff, the backdrop visuals. Oh shit, that looks cool. I want to fly into it just to see what happens.
The asteroid is depleted.
Okay, well, it looks like I just burned through that asteroid. But they promised large visual effect update very soon. Nice. I'm very excited. I mean, honestly, this game looks really good. And the overall visual quality of the game isn't nearly as important to me as the intricacy of the systems, right? This game is built on really intricate systems. So as long as they keep maintaining that intricacy and any new system that they add to the game has a similar intricacy, I'll be fine. To be specific, players will be able to modify surrounding of their stations. For example, you'll be able to place asteroids to make your station be in a gas cloud. Oh, that's cool. They said they will be implementing this within 2 years. Okay. More interesting to me is that they are working on projects that they're not planning on implementing for multiple years, which is super important to me because it tells me that they don't see any reason for this game to not still be around in a few years, which is great because I just started and I don't want the game to die like next year. I want to be able to play for, 4 or 5 years maybe. And so I'm very excited for just that fact. I mean, new visuals, awesome, great, but I hate that this keeps showing up because I don't have a mega, so I haven't claimed that yet. And it keeps putting that little line there, and I keep thinking, oh, there's something there. There's not. It's nothing. They're just trying to piss me off. I'm so mad. Yeah, shoot me some links. You can't send them on the stream, but you can certainly send me a DM on Discord or something. Or you can shoot it to me in a mail in the game, or... Yeah, that still doesn't work. No links for you. So you'll be able to customize inside of station, for example, show best players within your Corp Alliance. Oh, that's cool. Fresh drop for EVE Online detected. Halcyon R5 booster. I don't even know what this does. I was considering starting Guild Wars, had a bunch of guildies back in the day that played it and loved it. So, the original Guild Wars was probably, might be my favorite game of all time. And part of that is just because of the period of life that I was in when Guild Wars first came out. We had just moved out. And so me and my two brothers and a really good friend of ours were all living together, going to college and living in this house. And so we would play Guild Wars together. And I mean, we just had the most fun running around as a 4-person team, doing the PvP stuff, doing the PvE stuff. And we've never really been able to recapture that ever since then. And so that's probably, honestly, it's probably my favorite game of all time, but specifically because of the people I played it with and the period of my life that I was in during that time. We had the greatest time. Playing Faction Wars, the 12v12 PvP in that game was super duper fun. Because you would go in as a 4-person team, and then your 4-person team would get paired with 2 other teams from your faction, and then you'd fight against 3 4-person teams. And so it wasn't quite as random as, like, say, a MOBA or something. But you still had that random element of you didn't know who you were going to end up with. I mean, it was just so good. It was so good. Their balance team was so good. Gosh, I miss Guild Wars. I miss the old days. I mean, not that I'm not super having fun playing video games now, but it was kind of the perfect storm of situations, you know? By the way, EVE is the kind of game in which devs don't just suddenly add new ships, they always cover it in lore and an event. That's cool. I've never actually been around. The Triglavian thing had just happened. When I played this game before, either the Triglavian thing was just about to happen or was in the middle of happening. Or was just about to happen when I was playing before. Where I got, I had the 700 million ISK that I stole and put on this account from my old account. But I didn't play for very long. Triglavian was 2016. Well, it was definitely not 2016. It's definitely more recent than that. I'm pretty sure it's been since 2020. So maybe I just thought that the Triglavian thing had just happened. I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. Maybe it was that long ago. Maybe it was 9 years ago that I played. I guess I could look. I still have the characters on that account, so I guess I could see like when they were made and how old they are and figure it out. Who knows? Nobody knows. You rename characters in this game? You cannot. Okay. Pretty sure I already lost this. Also, so these are actually kind of important, aren't they? I need to figure out more about the attributes. I definitely need to change. Because some of these have to do with like missile damage, and some of these have to do with different stuff. And I need to find some that like pertain to mining. Is there a place maybe where I can get some information on that? Probably go to Eve Wiki. Eve Online Attributes. All right. Yeah, so I saw that, but I want to learn a little more deeply what specifically they're about. Or do they just boost all the stats or all the skills within? Every Eve character has 5 attributes. These attributes determine how quickly you train the various skills in the game. They do not influence anything else but your character, since time is perhaps your most valuable asset in Eve. Understanding attributes and optimizing them for your character's plans is absolutely vital. In order to view your attributes, open your okay. Got it. Evemon, okay. Yeah, so the problem I'm having with the skill system is more about not knowing what I want to do and less about not being able to figure out how to do it. Um, so kind of what I'm doing right now is I just have a ton of skills in, and I've got them set up 1 through 4, and I'll actually probably get rid of some of the 4s, except for the ones that are really important, and just try and get all of the different things up from 1 to 3. How many skill? I only have 1.6 million skill points right now. And I have 2.4 in queue. I mean, the account's only 5 days old, so. Yeah, but that's a long way from now. By the time I get to there, I'll be Omega, so it won't matter. If it takes me, let's see, this will take me to 4. So 114 days, that's almost 4 months. If it takes me 4 months to get to Omega, I'll have to quit. Even with as irresponsible as I'm being with my currency. Because I went through and bought and injected all of the skills that it was possible to buy and inject from the remote injector. So I have all of them now, so that if I decide I need them, I can level them up. And that was super irresponsible. Yeah, I figured there'll be lots of ways to get a little more SP. I mean, we've already got the opportunities here where I can get 10,000 a day, and then, you know, an extra 75,000 a month. I've got so many skill points to get from the career program. And I've only gotten the first little tick mark here, and I haven't completed any of these. So I haven't gotten the bonus 100,000 here, which will be another 100,000 when I go Omega. So, I mean, there's 800,000 skill points just waiting for me once I complete all of these air things, plus another almost 800,000 here too. 21 mil SP, so I can't train shit. Yours is probably Halloween, then Christmas. It's so quiet here. I love it. Nobody's trying to kill me. So on an alpha account, if I have the primary and secondary to 27 and 21, and an implant with +3, I can get 21 skill points per minute instead of the base 15, which gives me an extra 10,000 skill points a day almost. That's quite a bit. Oh shit, Nico. Gold mine for newbies. Yeah, so last time I played during the Halloween event. And that's why I made 700 million ISK. Even though I didn't play for a really long time, I was playing during the Halloween event last time. Yeah, I will definitely be taking advantage. By the time we get there, I'll probably already have my own. Let's see, it's July, so August, September, October. So I've got at least a couple of months before the event might start. So yeah, I'll be Omega by then and have some extra currency and some good skills, and we'll get ourselves a good ship and go really ham on that shit. For sure, for sure. It's going to be a good time. I'm pretty excited about it. You want to get maximum out of the event, you want a marauder. Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm not terribly into maximizing. I'm more into maximizing my fun than maximizing my ISK. Although gaining ISK is a big part of the fun. So, we will be looking to do some good shit. But if I can have a little more fun gaining a little less ISK, then I will. The events are mostly about scanning down zones and then either fighting or hacking or stuff like that, right? I gotta learn how to use the scanners again because I forgot. That's definitely fair, Twist. Absolutely. Saves me quite a bit of money, too. Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to how many hours you're going to play, Nico. Um, it takes mining in highsec. It takes pretty close to 10 hours to make back, somewhere between 8 and 10 hours to make back with the barge what you spend on the what you spend on the expert system. So yeah, so I'm not talking about making back what it costs to get the barge. I'm talking about what it costs to get the expert system. So it takes about 8 to 10 hours to get that 90 mil ISK. Just mining here in highsec. So, if you're going to spend, say, 8 hours a day playing or mining, then you can absolutely make more with the barge than you would with the venture over and above what it costs to get the expert system. But if you're only playing for, say, a couple hours a day, then your venture is probably ultimately going to be more profitable because you don't have to spend that 100 million ISK. I mean, I think that's a good way to justify it, Twist. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, that's what I have. Oh, you went ahead and purchased the Omega Loan Twist? That's good shit. Double that skill point gain. That's what it's all about right there. Get them skill points. Because you have that, though, make sure you do this every month. So in your opportunities, you get your air daily goals. They're really, really simple goals, and you only need to do 2 out of the 4. So I've been getting a lot of mines, a lot of earn LPs, a lot of scan 5 signatures, right? These are all mostly PvE activities. So the reason they're so good, though, is you get 10k skill points a day. You get 10k skill points per day just for doing 2 of these. Then when you beat 12 of them in a month, then you're going to get 75k for your alpha, and then another 150k for your omega. So this is definitely plus an extra 5 plex a month. I mean, that's saving you 30 million ISK right there. You won't be able to hit it this month because we've only got 6 days left or 7 days left, but you can get these first 2 rewards, and you can get that 10k a month or 10k a day for 7 days. And then next month you can crank that out. I mean, save them up until you can use it. My referral link. I think Twist already used a referral link to get his free million SP. I'm pretty sure I asked him about that when he first came into the chat. If you didn't get your free million SP loan, Twist, you should totally use my referral link. 500k haul back to Jita. What's a 500k haul? I don't understand. Oh, 5k. Or do you mean you filled it up with compressed? Because if you filled up your venture with compressed, I'll be impressed. Ah, 500k ISK. Got it. Got it. So you ain't got that Veldspar? Don't forget to compress it before you sell it. Make a little extra. I mean, that's true. If I wasn't gonna use it in the station that it was at, I wouldn't buy it. Which there are probably a lot of people who are using Jita Station for industrialization and stuff. That's something else I gotta start thinking about and getting into is industrializing. Gross. It's all too much work. But the earlier I start, the more I can accomplish. I actually need to see if I've been buying. I tried to put in a buy order for some Scordite, and I accidentally made it region instead of freaking station. So I've got Scordite in weird places now. Because I was just going to buy it, compress it, and resell it, but you can. Oh, you have 1.1 millisk now. Nice. Good job. I mean, you can pretty easily get that 500k once every 15 minutes. So, I mean, that's almost 2 mil an hour. It's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Pretty good. Strip miner's full.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Drones are so slow. Time to take a risk into low sec. Wee. I was doing great in low sec a few days ago with Coveter. and I got complacent because I had spent too much time out there without anybody trying to kill me, and I got blown up twice in like the span of 45 minutes. Lost 200 million ISK just down the toilet. It was great.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever go into low sec to mine without a venture until I get enough skills and stuff that I can use the ECM drones and hopefully not get murdered and have, more armor and stuff. My EHP is pretty shit. So I just don't live long enough to have a chance to try and escape even if I had drones, so. Right, let's go over here. I'm pretty sure I'm done
Warp drive active.
with my industry thing over here. So I just need to make a copy of this blueprint original that I have. Or
Docking request accepted.
whatever I'm doing with it. And I need to start. So I want to do industry. And so the best thing that I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to need to upgrade so now I have 1% and 2%. And that's that quest. And so now I need to make a copy. Duplicate a blueprint original to be used for manufacturing or invention. The resulting copy cannot be researched further and will only support a finite amount of manufacturing runs. Oh, wow. And then it costs a whole day to make a copy? What in the hell? Well, I guess we do it. Oh, but it'll give me 30 runs. Okay. Got it. Got it. I wonder if making these will be of any value. Run away. Yeah, that's honestly more than anything the reason I care about the barges is so that I can have some freaking drones to kill that shit. I freaking hate rats. They drive me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room. I died there. Well, it's life. Life is like a magazine. Costs $1. $1? I don't have $1. Rats. Rats? I hate rats. What did I do? Recall. Silly. Go to mining. Fly. Boop, boop, boop. This tugboat's so slow. Go, tugboat, go. Bounce off of the invisible rock. Baron. Ruh-roh. I don't know what that is, but ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. All right, let's dump out the mining drones. Go get her, Ray. Warp stabilizer. Warp, warp stabilizer. Warp stabilizer. Right, this is the one that gives you the... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yo, Damien, what's up? Just dropping in to say hi, have a good stream, off work for the weekend. Finally, no soldiers or barons. Yeah, have a good weekend, Damien. Hope you enjoy your time over there in Dune. I think y'all are still playing that over there. I thought I saw Dimma streaming it yesterday. Thanks for stopping by and saying what's up. Enjoy your free time, dude. You deserve it. Gotta love that jaspit. Gonna move ourselves out this way a little bit. Just so we're not all up inside the rocks there in case we gotta go. In case we gotta do the warpy warpy. Yo, Charles Gilbert, what's... Oh, that's Damien. I was like, I haven't seen you in a while. But it's you. Because you're a nerd. Fucking nerd, dude. Fucking nerd. Why you trick me? I am a nerd, just spreading the love across all the platforms to try and increase your visibility. You know, and I appreciate that, but I'm still gonna talk shit to you about it. Because that's the kind of man I was. Nope, I think I blew up an asteroid. Whatever trash can. I hope someone comes and murks you and steals all your resources. They will too. And it won't be the first time. 2 days ago, I got murked twice. It was hella sad. Hella sad. Eden come. Bijou. This is actually kind of a cool ship. It also has only one hard point. What kind of ship is this? Small Vortron projector. Okay. You haven't been attacked at all in Dune? No kidding. Good for you. Wow. Gotta admit, I'm a little shocked. We get the squall. The deluge. Thunder Child. Oh yeah? Is this the... I thought the Triglavians were the one in the abyss. Large Voltron projectors. One of the painful enemies early. Interesting. This thing's kind of dope. Shield extender hit points, armor plate hit points, reinforced bulkhead hit points. Yo, this thing's a tank. What the hell? I bet you this thing slaps. Yeah, I mean, look at all these. So many shields and armors and stuff can go in this. So many mids and lows. For a, is this a cruiser? Oh, battleship. Okay. That's an interesting. Pew, 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 pew. I wants it. I want all of the ships. The ships in this game are so freaking cool. Mordu's Legion. This is actually pretty dope too. All launchers. Ooh, warp scramblers and disruptor bonuses. Missile damage. So that's a little interesting. Having bonuses to scramblers and disruptors while also having missiles seems a little awkward to me. Oh, okay, here we go. Bonus to missile velocity, but penalty to missile flight time. So it goes twice as fast for half as long. So it gets the same range. But it gets there so much quicker. Man, I bet that's pretty good. I bet that's pretty good for popping in on people at some pretty high range and then nuking them down before they can warp. I don't really know how I feel about this, though, this warp scrambler thing. That just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding something, but... Wow, 4 mediums, 3 lows, and 3 rigs on a frigate? I don't feel like I've seen that many slots before. Bet you that's a good deal right there. The Gila is a good ship, pretty expensive. Yeah, I've seen people talking about the Gila. Everybody seems to really like it. See, this one's the same thing, scrambler and disruptor range, but then bonuses to missiles. But they all have, it seems like, that speed flight time penalty. But I really like that, and then just bonus to missile damage. These are pretty straightforward vehicles here. These Mordu's Legion. They're just like, we shoot missiles really fast and do lots of damage with them, and that's basically it. Oh shit, it's the pancake. It's the pancake. Again with the scrambler, bonus to missile damage. Missile velocity, flight time, some shield extender, armor plate, and reinforced bulkhead. So that's real nice. Turn this into a bit of a tanky boy here. 6 launcher fittings. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I could get behind these. I like these Mordu's Legion ships. I don't intend to use missiles so much as I kind of want to use guns, but ow. Completely immune to interdiction. That's cool. Are they all immune to interdiction? Is that just like their thing? Oh, hey, it's the Society of the Conscious Thought. Cool. Love the sister ships. Sneaky sneak. Kind of pricey though. Very popular for PvP. All shuttles are immune. Oh, I didn't know that. Look at that. Learning something new every single day. Servant Sisters of Eve. Oh yeah, these are really popular strips. The Stratios especially is really, really popular, isn't it? Just as kind of a medium get shit done kind of a ship. Oh, is this considered a covert ops ship right here? Can fit covert ops cloaking device? Oh, this is that one we were talking about earlier. Oh, Cenotaph. Medium projectile turrets, heavy assault missiles, command burst, medium projectiles. One medium breacher pod launcher, covert ops cloaking device. Ooh. Ooh. Gotta have both for this, though. Gotta be using guns and missiles. Because all of this stuff is both, right? Heavy assault missiles and projectile damage, or projectile turret damage. And then range and fall off and missile velocity. So because you're getting bonuses to both of those things so much, you really have to be using all 6 of these hard points to gain maximum value out of this. This has definitely been playing for a while kind of ship, and had the time to focus into both of those things for sure. Which isn't really me. The worm. All missiles. I'm looking for, I kind of want to find a pirate faction that is primarily using turret hardpoints. Because the pirate faction ships just get lots of extra bonuses. And so I want to find something that's using projectile turrets like the Minmatar. And then I can focus up on those. There we go. Projectile turrets. Probably going to be the Angels then. Minmatar frigates and Galente frigates. They do look like bugs. Looks like tracking speed and fall off. Okay, this one's fall off and damage. Kind of looks like a tardigrade, like a roly-poly. Yeah, there's so many cool ships. Ooh, medium projectile turret rate of fire. Hell yeah. This is the one that we were talking about earlier. And I definitely like that one. Kind of battleship we got. Ooh, that's actually kind of sleek compared to most of their other stuff. Fall off and damage for larges, rate of fire, bonus warp speed, and then all the shield stuff. So that seems to be kind of the way it is with Battleship, is they get a lot of shield extender armor plate kind of stuff. For a billion ISK. Goodness. And then we've got a Titan over here. That is an ugly ass ship. Galente and Minotaur Titan bonuses. Capital projectile turret fall off. Capital projectiles tracking speed. Ship warp core strength. Does that mean that it's more difficult to tackle? That's per skill level too. Oh my god, so you can make these things like impossible to tackle. That's crazy. That's 12 times 5. So 60 points to your warp core. So you'd have to have 20 disruptors or 20 scramblers on it. That's crazy. 200 bonus to capital projectile turret damage per level. Ooh. Doomsday jump portal. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we gotta have a Titan. We're gonna get this one. The Azariel is totally gonna be our Titan. I'll come back to this in just a sec. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting to mine. Let's see. Okay, there's 1,000. That one's got 16 though. That'll be around for a while. We've got the Azure and it's got 9, so that'll be around for a while. Okay. Everything's Omega only, Nico. Everything is Omega only. All right, what's our Dreadnought looking at? Projectile turret fall off, projectile turret damage, siege module. Can move at 10% normal ship velocity while in siege mode. So I assume normally siege mode makes you stay still. Fit a capital micro jump drive and activate capital micro jump drive while in siege mode. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Bonus to warp speed and warp acceleration. Capital projectile damage turret. Penalty to Entosis link cycle time. I don't know what the fucking Entosis link is, but... Large rig slots. What do we got? We got 3 hard points. We got a lot of medium points and low points. That's actually not a lot of hard points, but still extra 2 highs. That's a lot of mediums and a lot of lows. So dope. Doesn't even have an estimated. Nothing. Just nothing. Yeah, we're definitely going to be rocking some Angel Cartel, so I need to start worrying about getting up my Galente as well then. Because that'll be where all that stuff comes from. I think those ships are super dope, and I want them. I think those are going to be our combat ships for the foreseeable future. Obviously, we'll be able to sprinkle in some Minmatar and some Galente in there. Because, you know, we'll be leveling them both up. That'll really give us something to focus on with our skills. And I'll probably look at the skills on my own time. And then maybe when I get them figured out, and then I restructure my abilities. Because I'm going to be wanting to use gunnery, right? So there's perception, willpower. Our spaceship commands perception and willpower. See, that's really important. Oh, okay, so the gunnery and the missiles and all that. So it seems like they've got it more set up to like the types of things you might be doing. So intelligence, memory, lots of resource, lots of progression, action. Okay. So I should probably be doing memory intelligence right now and just trying to level up my gathering as much as possible, but I'm probably not going to do that. Shields, intelligence, memory, as well as armor. It's all very interesting. There's a lot, man, a lot to look at here. Oh, lost one of them. Let's see. Zappy zappy time. We're actually going to go ahead and start moving over towards this one. And then we're going to reset our warp point. Go over this way. Reset our warp point kind of over here so that I can access these rocks. Because I'm about to be done with these rocks over here pretty soon. Maybe even on this run. Nah, probably. Just want to be in range of everything, you know? Go ahead, we'll go in here, locations, belt, remove, yes. The belt. Up. Perfect. There's too much cool shit to look at in this game. The Concord Assembly. Ooh, they got covert ops and recon and black ops. Okay. Oh. These things are just all about that covert shit. Ooh, look at all them hard points. Goodness. Only 12 billion ISK. No big deal. I don't know what tier of ship this is. Is this the cruiser? Or is this we've got, it's a cruiser or a battleship? I think it's a battleship. Yeah, it's got too many mediums and lows. Yeah, Black Ops. It's a battleship because it's got the battleship shield extender stuff. Whoa, 650% bonus to ship's maximum velocity when cloaking. So this thing is a nightmare. Bonus to security status gains from destruction of non-capsular pirates while flying the ship. Armor repair and shield booster effectiveness increased by a percentage equal to 10 times pilot security status, with a floor of 0% and ceiling of 50%. Ooh. Energy turrets, heavy cruise missiles, large projectile turrets, large hybrid turrets. Yo, this thing's got bonuses, Dad. This is the do it all ship right here. Do it all and be invisible ship. That's kind of dope. This tells me, okay, it is battleship. I could have just read this right here and it would have told me it was a battleship, but at least I figured out that it was a battleship. Oh, and this gains bonus. This is why. So it gains bonuses from every type. Galente, Minmatar, Caldari, and Amar. So this is like a super kind of end game style. Or I guess more of a pick your poison style. So like if you've been going into Minmatar, then you put projectile turrets on it. And if you've been going Caldari, then you put missiles on it. Maybe pick two of those things, right? Maybe do like Minmatar and Caldari, and then do missiles and guns. Since it's got hard points for both. Oh, sorry, I didn't really explain, but Black Ops is just a type of classification for the battleships. So, like all of your races have Black Ops battleships, and they have um, like the ability to cloak. They've got bonuses to cloaking. They've got the cynosural fields and stuff like that. They're basically there to get you in near your enemies and then like help you bring in more ships. Is what it seems like to me, I think. Just kind of pop out of the void and fuck shit up. I just can't stop looking at the ship tree. The Praxis. This is the one that somebody said earlier is a good grab for the events. Large hybrid turret, large energy turret, large projectile turret. Nice. Bonus to heavy missile, cruise missile, torpedo damage. Nice. Drone hit points and damage. Nice. Foreign combat scanner probe strength. Nice. Okay, so that's why you want the scanner probe stuff. Want just some good DPS. And then you just go after it. These are definitely glass cannons, though. They don't even have the bonuses like most of the battleships do. Yeah, you can see they've got just tons of hard points. Yeah, it seems like you just kind of glass cannon these and go after it. Also, you don't seem to need... So this is a roll bonus. There are no bonuses here based on tiering up certain um, certain factions, which means that you can just kind of get into this ship and have a really good quality battleship. Somebody's shooting at me? Who you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are? Just because you wear all those fancy clothes. Nuked. Freaking nuked. I love these tier 2 fighters. So good. So good. So good. I got you. I feel good. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Knew that I would. Let's actually go ahead and return these, and that'll probably be enough for me to warp out of here because I'll be all full. Turn these off. Yep, all full. Winda to Tara. Maybe there was salvage with that kill. I don't have a salvage unit. Yeah, nothing in the cargo. But I don't have a salvage unit equipped because I don't have an extra high slot. So. And I don't have the ability to run a salvage drone. Which makes me a big sad. Big time sad.
Docking request accepted.
Docking request accepted. Something else I need to start looking into is I think in this opportunities thing, maybe in this thing, fleet up. Coalition of Independent Miners. This has been active for 12 hours. 33 jumps away, 22 jumps away, 40 jumps away. Oh. Oh. Never mind. I'm gonna see about maybe joining in on a fleet. I need to start thinking about, pub fleets and stuff like that. Bad day. Let's see. We're up to we're only up to 23 million. No way. Oh, we already took a bunch back. That's right. Because we went and did some other stuff. I was about to say, if we've only gained 23 million in 5 hours, 4 hours, I am gonna lose my shit.
Warp drive.
I don't want to lose my shit. Like it right where it is. Love that I can just warp right through this station. Zoom. I'm gonna clear like this whole freaking asteroid belt today. I think that's gonna start being my goal, just to clear a whole belt every day. Boss. Something interesting. I need to watch this. No, my standings decreased. So So it looks to me, based on what I'm reading, okay, so here's something interesting. So skill extractors prices are going up, and skill injectors are going down. So just today, the price of multi-character training in the Plex market, or in the in-game store, not the Plex market. But the multi-character trainings just dropped in price pretty significantly, by about a third to a half, depending on how many of them you buy at a time. So let's go look at the New Eden store real quick. Multiple pilot training. Oh, you can even buy these for Plex. They're down in cost here too. Oh, oh, this is they're trying to get me. They're trying to get me. So they're having a sale on the Omega for Plex right now. So you can get the Omega for 425 Plex instead of the normal 500, which 75 Plex saves you a pretty significant amount. But I don't think I'm gonna make it by the time this sale ends. Oof, bummer. Oh, and they're all of them are down. Oh no, this one's the same as it normally is. Yeah, these ones aren't on sale. Where's the cash market? Really worried about the Plex market. I guess I can't access the cash, but well, I guess so. It's being represented in the Plex market because so the way this works is, I guess this used to be $15 for the multiple pilot training, but it's now only 10 when you pay like cash monies for it. So now it's been set to 350 Plex, which if we look, no, that's not 250 Plex, should be 10 because Omega at 500 is um, $20. So maybe it's just the cash market that's being. Either way, the multi-character trainings, which allow you to have a month of being able to have your skills training on multiple, have just been reduced in cost by somewhere between 30 and 50%. on the cash market. And the reason that's important is because it's going to mean there are more people training more skills to sell for ISP. And so you can go in here and you can buy these skill injectors. And the large skill injectors give you 500,000 skill points. Small skill injectors give you, I believe, 100. So what happens is, and I think these skill extractors are actually being increased in price. So what's going to happen is the skill extractors are going to go up. And the skill, or at least in the short term, the skill injectors are going to go down. So in a few days, might be a good idea to pick up some skill injectors, even just to hoard them for a while, you know? But the quantity being sold, the quantity being listed, all that should be going up soon. It is going to take a little while, probably, for things to really get crazy, because it's going to take some time for the multi-skill or the multi-character trainers to actually make sure that people have lots of more skill points. So it may even be as much as a month where you see any sort of really significant change. So I actually would hold off. I wouldn't say a couple of days. I would say, you know, like maybe 15 days. You got to think, how long does it take to get 500,000 skill points? So the average Omega skill trainer, or the average Omega character, earns skills at how much? Like 30. I think it's 30 per minute instead of 15 per minute. I mean, that's even days before you can get to 500,000. Extract those skill points. It's interesting. Okay, looks like I got a little time here. I need to go use the restroom again real quick. I'll be All right, we back. We are back. Going back to Calais. So something else that I need to consider, and maybe y'all can help me with this, some of y'all that have a little more experience, is I want to start looking at what are some activities that I might want to do, and what types of ships might I want to use to do those things. And also, what the fuck is mastery? Wow, to get mastery 5 in this would take 2 years as an alpha, or 1 year, 2 months to train. Everything for mastery 5. So this is, when you look at this, you know, you're looking at rapid firing, you're looking at, there's lots of shield stuff in here, there's lots of all these things. And I think it would be pretty insane to look at, you know, just what is the difference in, you know, somebody who has mastery 5 and somebody who has mastery or no mastery over a ship, and how much they can get out of that ship. And this is where I think this mastery system really kind of puts into stark relief, you know, sort of where you are. So I can actually get to mastery 2 here in just a couple of days if I just leveled these up. And this is actually something that I should probably be looking at, and that as a new player, or as new players, anybody who's just starting should probably be looking at, in that the masteries for these are probably going to be pretty similar. Like, for example, up here. Yeah, I already have all the stuff for this mastery. I'm pretty much in the same boat for this mastery. In the same boat for all of these. Actually, I think I am exactly in the same boat for all of these masteries, even up on this wolf. Jaguar is a little different because it requires missiles, so I actually don't think I have this one. No, I don't. But that's a really, really interesting thought, is using the masteries as a really good way to decide, like, okay, these are the skills I need to be going into. And then leveling those up. And I had never really looked at this before. I didn't really understand what it was. But that's really interesting. I think this will help a lot. So if you're planning on doing combat, right, you're probably going to be starting in a frigate first. You probably should start in a frigate first. And try and find some frigate tier stuff to do. A lot of what's going to hold you back from being able to do the higher tier stuff isn't necessarily whether or not you can even get into a destroyer. A lot of it is this mastery stuff, right? This secondary and tertiary skills, and they just take time, right? It takes time to get armor. It takes time to get all these different types of armor. It takes time to get your advanced weapon upgrades. It takes time to skill all of these up. These are all very, very important. And the reason it's telling you to do these things in this master certification system is so that, you know, you have some sort of focus. Okay, these are things that are going to benefit this specifically. And so even if you had the ability to get into a destroyer, right? Even if you could get into this Talwar, and you could say, okay, bam, I'm gonna fly a Talwar, I'm gonna go do some destroyer shit. You're still only really gonna be able to do really, really low level destroyer shit because your mastery is non-existent, right? You're not. Um, I can, I can, I can get in the destroyer, but then I've got 10 hours before I'm kind of good with it. I've got 8 days before I'm pretty good with it. I've got 2 months before I'm just over average. I'm looking at 8 months before I'm really good, and I'm looking at 2 years before I can really step into this. The other reason that I think going with the frigate first is probably going to be beneficial to you, maybe you could pick a destroyer or a cruiser as sort of your first thing to really focus on as well. Because I think the destroyers and the cruisers, um, you get into where you can start leveling those up fairly quickly. So if you didn't want to be flying a frigate, you wanted to fly a cruiser, fly a destroyer, that's probably in the acceptable realm. But I wouldn't, for example, just start jumping straight to battleships because you're just going to be short a lot when it comes to that. And because they're so much more expensive, they become prohibitive if you lose them. And you don't want to spend your first 256,000 ISK or 256 million ISK on a Maelstrom, lose it, and then not have leveled up your frigates and your destroyers, and then not even be able to get a ship that you're good with until you get another 256 million. How are you going to do that? You're not. You're fucked. So, just taking a look at this and looking at this system, I would say go with either, the Rifter is the very basic attack frigate for Minmatar, or you have, your scanner and your salvager, right? And this is going to be up more looking at, these scanning and stuff, actions, hacking actions, archaeology, survey, right? These are very, very different than what I'm looking at. And you can tell because it's going to take me a lot more time to get into some of these slightly higher tiers here. So, if you're planning on doing a lot of surveying and hacking, then this is the one you're going to go. If you want to do some sort of, if you're going to be in a corp and you want to do some sort of support style build, this is the one you're going to be looking at. This is another, it looks like sort of support style. Here you've got your missiles if you want to do missiles instead. And then here you've got, it looks like just a super fast, like interceptor style build. But yeah, I mean, kind of figure out what you want to do in the game and then maybe try and focus on trying to get your certificates for your masteries in there. And I think that'll probably help you a lot because I think these masteries are going to carry over too, right? Like a lot of what you use for frigate is, armor and stuff like that. The Magic 8 or the Magic 14 is going to be a big part of a lot of that stuff. And so that's going to carry over, and that's going to get you a lot of what you're looking for your certificates for your destroyer. And it's going to give you a lot of what you're looking for your certificates for your rupture or your cruiser. And then that's going to give you a lot of what you're looking for your certificates for your battle cruiser. But a good frigate is going to be stronger than a bad destroyer. A good destroyer is going to be stronger than a bad cruiser. A good cruiser is going to be stronger than a bad battle cruiser. And so if you take your time, I think, and tier up through these ships, at least only skipping one every now and then, maybe you skip straight to destroyer, and then maybe you skip straight to battle cruiser if you really want something big. Then you move into a battleship or something. But definitely you're not going to want to just jump the line a whole into some crazy. So, interesting thing that I didn't know anything about until just now, but it seems like a pretty effective way to focus your training. I wonder if it has any information about... This isn't showing the attributes that you would use for these different skills, which is unfortunate. It does give you a nice little, like, hey, this is how many skill points you need. That's kind of cool. So I can just hit train skills or whatever and be done. Could create just a skill plan just for this. That's nice. Really nice. So this is just a 7-day skill plan. And I can say to myself, okay, you know, in 7 days or 8 days, I want to have the next tier here. And I can just boop, put this in a skill plan. That's really convenient. I really, really like that, actually. Being able just to create a skill plan on that. Okay, it won't let me create a skill plan for more further down the line. Zed Le Beef. Nice. I like the name. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? How's your eve going? Oh. Have I lost my audio? Can you hear me? Did I break it? No, it doesn't look like I broke it. Oh, okay. Was Zed Zorro. Got it. How you been doing? How's your time and eve going for you? I'm playing a game just now, planning on a restart in October. Okay. I'm gonna wait for the event to happen so that you can jump in and make that money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Are you gonna restart on an old account, or are you gonna start a whole new account and go fresh from the beginning? Ah, time is limited in the summer. Okay. That makes sense. Got it. Got it. Good deal. I'm excited. I'm excited for October. I'm excited that this account will hopefully be in a decent spot by October. And then we're going to fuck shit up. Let me tell you. Shit up. Need to look at skills, actually, though. Need to look at Spaceship Command. So we have this ability to choose all of these battle cruisers, battleships from all the different types. Just not buying. Yeah, I don't intend to buy skill injectors for a while. At least until well after I'm Omega. I'd have to do some math. On
how much value you're getting out of those things. This motherfucker attacked me. I'm gonna kill you with my Tech 2 fighters. Just in a second here. When my miners come back, you're gonna die. Scorpio, you're gonna die. Booyah. Now you're dead. Could have avoided that. Anyway, I need to do some math on it. But the multiple character training just dropped in price today. So it went from its normal $15 for 1 month for one token or ticket or whatever down to 10. And if you buy the really, really big one, it's actually like less than half. Is kind of crazy. So obviously the skill injectors are going to be dropping in price pretty significantly because the multiple character training is dropping. But depending on what the price of skill extractors are and how many points I can get on an Omega account, I may just go ahead and do skilling myself, right? Because I'll have more characters on these accounts in the future, and because I'll be doing planetary industry with them. And so getting a multiple character training thing and just doing some skills on my own, because they won't need anything except their planetary industry and the ability to fly whatever ship they need to go haul and stuff like that. So it should be good to just skill up and gain everything I need that way. But yeah, hopefully the prices of those skill injectors will be going down anyway, and we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can use some of the skill injectors for myself. Maybe I can make a little extra currency off of them. Maybe all kinds of stuff. Lots of itty bitty asteroids in here. I'm most looking forward to October though, because the event. I want to get to Omega and maybe even get a couple of accounts. Maybe get like 2 accounts to Omega by then. If I can have 2 accounts to Omega by then with some decent ability, I think they're primarily like hacking and artifacting. So with some decent ability for hacking and artifacting, by the time October and that event runs around, then I would really, really like that, because then I could just bam, do 2 Omegas, bam, run 2 accounts at a time, do a little multi-boxing, and try and use that event to set me up for getting my 4 accounts, and then go back to like mining on 4. But a lot of that is going to require, I need to make the accounts sooner rather than make the accounts probably today. Like tonight. And then get them to a point where they can start learning all the skills. I need to figure out precisely what skills I want. It's a lot. Got a lot of thinking to do. Okay, well, we're almost full there. Go ahead and head back. Do you have a fairly robust gaming PC? I play on NVIDIA GeForce now, Zed. So my personal PC is actually not very good, but I don't use my PC to play my games, so we should be good. I think 4 accounts will be possible. The NVIDIA GeForce Now service that I use runs a 2060 or a 2080. But I think it'll be enough. I think it'll be fine. If it really comes down to it, I've got the laptop that I use for reading chat and stuff. So So I could probably just run one instance on the laptop and then, you know, maybe 3 instances on the GeForce Now. Have to see. But I think the GeForce Now will be enough to run. I've run 4 instances of Guild Wars 2 on my personal PC. And it is significantly worse than Control-Alt-Shift-M. That isn't what I wanted to have happen. I see nothing. You just tricked me into like giving you access to my computer, dude. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Enable window blur. I mean, the other thing is I've got like a lot of stuff turned on right now. I get 100%. You know, this was all high when I first started, and I dropped down a bunch of it. But, you know, we can get rid of all these trails, particles, asteroid environments. Get rid of the turrets and launchers on the ships. Right, I mean, there's just tons of stuff that I can just get rid of. It would make everything significantly better. It wouldn't look as good, but that's fine. Most of what you look at when you play this game is the stuff on the side of the screen anyway. Maybe get one of them that's running at like full, and that would be like my main one. And then get the other ones that are like small off to the side. We'll see. We'll figure something out. We'll make sure that it's the best viewing experience it can be while being as functional as possible.
Warp drive active.
But I'm not really concerned about whether or not the system will be able to run it. And I'll be getting myself a new computer hopefully by the end of the year. So at least that's the goal. Gonna recommend creating separate primary accounts for multi-boxing. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Primarily because, so somebody told me that when you omega your account, it's the entire account that gets omegaed. I thought that omegaing an account only omegaed the character, not all the characters, all three of the characters. I don't know if that was a misunderstanding from me or a misunderstanding from somebody else. But if that's the case, then, you know, you can do your planetary industry on 2 characters that aren't really being used per separate primary account that you make. So instead of only being able to get up to, say, 4 planetary industry things going, I'd be able to get up 12. Not really. Well, what do you mean it's not really the case? Like, you mean because you can't skill up all the different accounts at the same time? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Clusters unmarked. I don't know what to do on that one. You can have up to, okay. So you can have up to 3 characters on a primary account. You can have up to 3 Omega tokens applied to the account at one time. You have 1 Omega token on the account, it will apply to whichever character you are logged. Okay. Got it. So how does that work as far as skilling is concerned then? If I only have 1 Omega token on the account, but that means that I only have the ability to skill 1 account at a time, right? So if I have the character that I normally play paused, so it's not skilling, and I've got one of my alts skilling, do they alt at Omega, or sorry, do they skill at Omega speed or at alpha speed? if I'm not actively on the account or on that character.
The asteroid is depleted.
I understand that it only allows you to skill one character at a time. But at what rate does that one character skill? Okay, maybe I'm not explaining the question I'm asking. If my primary account is Omega, and I am not skilling on the character that I'm playing, but I am instead skilling on an alt character, will that alt character skill at the Omega speed? And can it skill Omega skills while I'm not logged into? I know what my training rate is because I'm an alpha. So if I have a multiple character token, do they still train at the omega rate, even if I only have one omega token? Let's see. Train more characters to grow your influence in New Eden. Multiple pilot training lets you skill up an alternative character with ease. Activate one or more certificates. Get up to 2 more skill cues per account. Multiple pilot training cannot be traded and may only be used by active Omega accounts. Hmm. But I mean, since I can buy it for Plex, that's not terrible. Level 4 mastery pack. 1,000,000 skill points. Bummer, dude. I mean, there's not really a voice chat in Twitch anyway. If you want to speak in a robot voice, you can type TTS and then type what you want to say, and then a robot will say it. Give a little bit, boom, boom. Give a little bit of your love to me.
Z_Beef says so, with 3 primary accounts. All 3 accounts will have an active training queue.
Yeah, I understood that. My only confusion was with the interaction between an Omega account and alt scaling. That's the only thing that seems complicated and convoluted in any way. Everything else is pretty straightforward. Go get her, Ray. Boom, shaka laka, shaka laka, shaka laka. Nope, there's another one. Fire mining drones, you gotta come back. This nerd wants the smoke. Nice. Oh no, my standings decreased. I actually should be a little worried about that because I think that might be the group that I'm trying to use the vehicles of, the ships of. I want to use the Angel Cartel ships because they're dope. I need to level up my Galente and level up my Minmatar, which I'm already doing. So I can use those Angel Cartel baddies. Look at that thing. Pew 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 pew. Be an Omega token per primary account. Okay. And then up to 2 multiple character training. Which just give you additional training queues. That makes sense?
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is depleted. Need to up my Galente frigates. Shield operation, which is going on right now. And all of these already in there except for these 2. Yeah, I think I want to set up a fit with this. This is going to be my first primary fight. Like you said, lots of sale items now, and should have waited a day. You know, Ifs and buts were candy and nuts. You can't predict stuff like that. You just gotta do the best you can. Shields and projectile turrets. Hybrid turrets, stasis webifiers, and armor. Minmatars are projectile turrets, armor, missiles, target painting, shields. Blame everything on me. On me? But I said free to play. I didn't say pay to play. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Oh, so I just straight up can't even use this until I get Galente 3, can I? Okay. That's fine. Let's look at the fitting. I don't like the fact that this has a launcher. I don't want to put a launcher on here. That's booty cheeks. Sure, I could probably find a better. Let's see. Let's simulate a fit here. Let's see what we got. What can we do? How can we work this? First things first. Turrets and launchers. Projectile turrets. I'm pretty sure I can only use the smalls, but let's see if I can use the mediums. So it can use the mediums. Its power grid will just take a shit. That's too bad. Okay. So there's no way. No way to make that happen, huh? That's okay. We'll go down to the lights. Smalls. We'll look. I need to learn a little more, I think, about the different types of cannons. So we got 125 millimeter, we got 150 millimeter, we got 200 millimeter, and we got whatever the fuck a polarized cannon is. So let's look at this. Actually, let's compare the three. Compare. 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 All right. So when we look at this, we've got estimated prices are all fairly similar except for the 200 mil. Tech level 2, metal level 5. Don't know what any of that is. Optimal range. So the smaller guns. Hey, Triglavian. I have played briefly 3 or 4 years ago during the October event. But I haven't played since then, and I just restarted on a new account. instead of playing on the old account. I did steal all the currency from the old account and move it over to this account. I had about 700 mil. But yeah, no, this is a fresh account and I'm pretty much a brand new player. Okay, so the smaller ones track faster and shoot closer. And then the larger ones have larger damage modifiers, shoot farther, and track slower. Reload times are the same. That's interesting. The capacity of the small Gatling guns is higher. CPU usage goes up pretty considerably. Okay. So it's a little bit of range and a little bit of damage, and I don't really see a point in not extending the range out as far as possible. The only time I would see any value in maybe the only time I would see any value in maybe using the smaller ones is if I was trying to like spin really close or orbit extremely closely on an enemy or was in another fight with like a really fast frigate or something. Then I could see some value in the smaller. Is this a tech 2? Is that? Nope, this is a tech 1 too with a meta level 15. Goodness gracious. With a huge damage modifier. Okay, so these are pretty valuable. That's expensive though. 2.5 billion. For fucking small. Goodness. What kind of cost are we looking at here? 38 mil? Okay, well this is already a 69 million ISK. We'll just go with the tech dues. Now, what kind of benefits does this frigate get? It gets tracking speed, it gets fall off range, it gets damage, and it gets warp speed and warp acceleration. So this is all damage. It doesn't get any bonuses to any sort of armor or anything like that. So that means that we can pretty much put any kind of armor or shields or anything we want on it. And then for the other high slot, I guess we could put a cloaking device on there. Could be interesting. close this for now. Okay, we're still mining away over here. All right, let's look at some mids. Let's see. What is this thing's defense? Where are most of your hit points at? Most of this stuff is percentages, right? You've got decent hull. What is the purpose of that fit? I'm just looking to try and build something that'll be just kind of an all-around PvE kind of a thing. But I don't really know. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks right now. Because I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing, dude. What did you think of the Omega pricing change? Was there an Omega pricing change? I know there was a multi-pilot training change. And I know they're running like a sale on some of the Omega stuff. But I don't think they permanently changed the Omega pricing. I think it was just the multi-pilot training that they permanently changed. Right? Yeah, this is still 20 plex. Or $20. And still 500 plex. Holding out on following until my goal is reached. I will be zapping my prior account. Oh, that's just an auto updating goal, Zed, from the thing. I honestly don't even know how to turn it off. I set it up back when I was trying to get to 50. And now it just keeps auto updating. The other one that is automatically there. Hey, thanks for the follow. The other one that is automatically there for like cheering and stuff was met like a long time ago, and I don't know how to like reset it. I don't know how to. I've looked and I can't find how to change and reset and do that stuff. So yeah, I'm not super into the Twitch metagame of trying to hit goals, and I'm just here to talk and hang out with people. And if people follow, great. If people sub, great. If people want to talk in the chat, great. If people want to lurk, great. I'm just a nerd sitting at a computer playing video games, man. I don't give a shit. Yeah, there's a post up. The bundles changed. So it looked like Omega was 15% off right now, but down lower on page. Click for regular price 20 USD. Weird. Let's go into the New Eden store. I knew I saw a sale, right? So you can buy the Omega right now for Plex at a 75 Plex off, because it's normally 500. But this isn't the cash store. This is just the Plex store. Website under news. Value over FOMO. Okay. Well, let's go look at it. Let's go see what's happening. Oh, you're gonna start streaming in October? That's awesome, Zed. Good stuff. Streaming's fun. It's cool to get to talk to people. Let's go to the store. Let's go to the store. Let's see what the store has to say for itself. Yeah, but those are just 13-day sales. Those aren't permanent changes to the costs. They did change the multiple character training permanently. Let's go back to the main page. You said under news they had? News. Value over FOMO, Omega U, and store cleanup. Okay. Omega metagame. Over time, the way we have run monetization, live ops, and Eve has resulted in the creation of a separate meta, especially around the purchasing of Omega. This is the pattern of buying discounted Plex during sales, then using it to buy Omega in the game, New Eden store, when it's on discount. Stacking deals, timing purchases, and optimizing the system like a spreadsheet, it is perhaps not surprising that this level of efficiency has been exhibited by expert players of a game that now has an official Microsoft Excel add-in, extracting the most value from our cycle of sales and prices. This clever tactic has mostly been utilized by our veteran community, who often have the in-game resources to make speculative investments in things like Plex and or skill extractors. The exact details of how it is done are not so widely known, but the dream of grinding for cheaper Omega is corroding the minds of less established players, and sadly often chasing this dream costs them their enjoyment of the game. Many players have openly shared that they dislike the feeling of being forced into playing the waiting game to access consistent progression or convenience, and we agree. You've probably already noticed our first step 1 month Omega in both the Eve store and NES now comes with a few handy extras, which is the skill points, the cerebral accelerator. Yeah, we already saw that. We primarily designed this with both new and returning players in mind. The Alt Omega discount will remain the same for now, as it appears to fulfill the purpose of providing cheaper Omega to customers with multiple accounts. Please do share what you think of it in light of the above. At the end of June, we tested bundling to get longer Omega subscriptions with Plex. The design is inspired by one of the frequently requested features. So it Alt Omega discount. You've spent some time in EVE Online. I think somebody's shooting at me. Why? Y'all have to I'll have to look more specifically into that, and I will have a better idea of how I feel about it by tomorrow. but I haven't read all of that stuff. So, and I also am not terribly familiar with the metagame, as they say, of trying to Omega accounts. It is something that I will be, trying to exploit in the same way, but
active.
not something that I necessarily have a ton of experience or information about at this particular point. Oh, I think my stream just died and restarted too. Why is my stream dying?
Docking request accepted.
Some fucking times, man. Some fucking times. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to solve this problem of, quote unquote metagaming to get the most out of your Plex. And they're just kind of shooting at a moving target, right? Yeah, I don't know what's up. I typically don't like things that are trying to motivate people to spend more money to save money on the speculation of them still wanting a service for a prolonged time, especially something like a game as a service. So it's not so bad when it's something like your cell phone or internet service provider or something like that, that A, you can cancel, but B, that you're very unlikely to not want to continue to have. But I don't like things like this, where, my 1 month of Omega is $20, and then my 3 months of Omega is less by a fairly significant amount per month. And then, my 6 months is even less, because that's telling me that speculating about whether or not I'm still going to be playing the game in 6 months is going to save me money, but only if I keep playing the game for 6 months. If I don't keep playing the game for 6 months, right? If I buy the 6-month pack and then I only play for a month, then I feel like shit because I spent, $100 on something that's only worth 20. But then if I don't buy the 6 months and I play for 6 months and I buy every single month, $20, $20, then I still feel like shit because I've now played for 6 months and paid, all that extra money when I could have saved money if I'd have just speculated 6 months ago. So those systems are sort of catch-22s, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Triglavian, I watch some tutorials every now and then. I don't watch a lot. I'm trying to kind of learn as I go and learn from, my community interaction and stuff like that. I do get on there and I watch a little LaRue sometimes. I watch a little Gritty. I don't know exactly what his name is. And then there's another YouTube content creator that I watch a little bit of their stuff too. But mostly it's just to try and understand how mechanics specifically work. Like learning how the ECM worked last night. I watched some videos so that I could learn a little more about electronic countermeasures. Do you know somebody who makes really good videos, or? You mean because gathering is such trash is per hour? That's an opinion, for sure. I like gathering. Gathering gives me a better opportunity to watch chat and interact with y'all. It gives me a better opportunity to go through menus and learn things about the game and build fits while I'm farming and do all kinds of stuff like that. I do think that generally speaking, in MMORPG games, gathering systems and crafting systems are pretty underdeveloped. And the balance between how much ISK you can earn by gathering and crafting versus how much ISK you can earn by just killing gatherers and crafters is really, really skewed. So definitely I don't think that, this game or Albion Online or, now Dune Awakening or Ark Survival Evolved or any of the quote-unquote risk versus reward games that want you to fly out into PvP space to gather resources in vehicles that, by their very definition, don't have the ability to defend themselves when they're attacked, is a pretty stupid fucking mechanic. Totally agree with that. But it's what I like to do. And it's what I have the most fun doing. And it's what gives me the most time to interact with the community and to research things while I'm playing the game. So it's what I'm going to do for right now. In the future, I will, of course, have PvE fits. I'll have PvP fits. I'll be doing a lot of different stuff. But this is, I think, the most relaxed way to enter into EVE Online. So I like it. It's still fun being part of the economy if you look at it through that lens. If the goal of every game is to become the richest, most efficient, highest skill player, then there's one winner, and everyone else should uninstall. That is absolutely true, BS Lounge, 100%. And that's why I'm a huge advocate for games finding ways to incorporate player skills that are different from the main part of the game. Market price on Plex right now is about 6 mil. But for example, when they wanted to make gathering have something that makes you focus on it, they added rats, right? So instead of just being able to come out here and gather up resources infinitely, Now, every now and then you get attacked by somebody. But all that does is turn the gathering mechanic into a combat mechanic, right? Instead of giving you a reason to focus on your gathering by giving you some sort of gameplay element that's gathering focused, they give you a combat element to gathering. And so everything in these games is defined by a single player skill set, which is combat. And that's true of all of the MMO games, right? Everywhere you go, everything you do, your success is always defined by either your ability to win combat or your ability to escape combat. Whether it's gathering, whether it's farming PvE mobs, whether it's killing players, whether it's taking over objectives, doing quests, all of those things are always, always, always combat oriented, and they require no other skill sets from the player. And I think that's really bad because, like you just said, it creates a really, really steep pyramid where a very, very small number of players become the best at everything. Because when everything has some sort of combat mechanic, then the combat players are automatically better than everyone else at those things, right? And so if you, for example, had a gathering system that had some sort of a rhythm element to it, we're shooting out these lasers right now. These lasers could be operating on some sort of a frequency that's even part of some of the better lasers in the future, right? You get like resonance miners or whatever. And you got to put crystals in them that resonate at certain frequencies. So if there was some sort of a pulse going on, something that I could interact with, right, in some sort of a rhythm system that would help me get mine more efficiently or something like that, then instead of the combat players being the best at gathering, players who are good at rhythm games would be the best at gathering. And if there was a crafting mechanic that had actual gameplay involved, then players who were best at that style of gameplay would be the best crafters, the best industrialists. And that's just not how modern games are made, right? They're made with a very specific player skill type in mind, and then they hammer that home by making every single mechanic tie back into that one player skill. You can be a solo scanner player getting multi-million loot in Real Dangerous Space. So Triglavian, that's totally true, and that's actually the only part of this game that doesn't really have a combat mechanic to it and has a gameplay mechanic that's outside of combat, is that little game that you play while you're hacking things, which I actually really enjoy. I like the little hacking game. I think it's a lot of fun. I'd like to see maybe a bigger version of it, something that was a little more complex. But it's interesting. It's a good step in the right direction. It is certainly a different skill set for the player, although it doesn't really require a ton of player skill. Eventually, you just kind of click around really fast and see how quickly you can do it. And then again, a big part of that is your ability to escape combat, right? Because you're flying around in a ship that's designed for speed and escape, not necessarily combat. And so, you get attacked by PvE rats, you get attacked by PvP players. And again, it's a combat element. Even though you're not fighting, you are still escaping that combat. It's still a combat experience. And so not everything has to tie back to combat, right? Like sometimes you could just do other stuff. You could just be other mechanics in the game. People trying to kill you. But that's not really how MMOs work today. So maybe in the future. Probably not. See. Ghost sites, covert sites can yield large value, but they can blow up on you. I heard about that. Never been in one of those. I mean, but that's... you have the same thing, like if you're going to do gas, you've got rats that come. If you're doing regular mining outside of 0.9 space, you've got rats that come. If you're, if you're doing some sort of a hacking site or an artifact site or whatever, then you've got rats that'll come and you've got players that'll come. It's always the pressure to succeed is always based on combat. There's no pressure to succeed in any other way in this game. It's always, well, I might die, and that's always what creates the tension. There's no tension in any other way. And so if you're bad at PvP or if you're bad at combat, you never really get the release of tension. You just get more tension. The cool thing is that scanning doesn't require a lot of skill points. Also, scanning frigates are really cheap. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with scanning as a way to go about getting currency. I think it's fine. It's not what I want to do. I don't find going and repeating a game like that over and over and over again terribly interesting. I would like to be engaged with the game, and I would like to be constantly active in my gameplay. That would be preferable. But if I'm constantly active in my gameplay and that gameplay loop is extraordinarily repetitive, then it's not as much fun. This is not a very active style of gameplay, and it is repetitive, but because it's not active, then I get to focus on you all, which really increases its entertainment value for me personally. So, this is boring to do, and when I'm just sitting here doing it when I'm not on stream, it's not really fun because I don't have you all to talk. But if my choices are, scanning and hacking and doing that stuff, and being more focused on the game and less focused on chat, or mining in sort of this AFK fashion and being able to talk to you all and go through my menus and look at cool ships that I've never seen before and think about fit ideas and how am I going to overcome some of the trials that I've been having with, people killing me in low sec and stuff like that. I just very much prefer this personally because I don't want to, that's like every 5 minutes you go scan down another site, you go do another hack. It's the exact same gameplay loop and it's really, really active. So you just have to be on it all the time. That's very fatiguing. This doesn't have a fatigue element. Give me my currency. I only have 89 million ISK. Oh, awful. What did I just buy? Why is my ISK gone? It's like candy canes at Christmas. For right now, I'm not going to produce anything. I'm going to sell it. I don't have the skills for industry that I would need to be producing things at any sort of a rate that would increase my ISK. So for right now, it's just going to get compressed and sold. I will do industry one day, though. It is something I am looking to do into the future. Want to get a nice big fleet of mining ships and get some industry going, get some planetary industry going on some alts, get a bunch of that stuff. But today's only day 6. We can't quite be doing that stuff yet. Got a lot of skill points to earn before we get there. Slow and steady wins the race. Oh. We got a hijacker incoming. I don't actually think I even have to kill these. I'm pretty sure I could just leave them alive and they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But well, we're going to kill them anyway because it's fun. You there. Die. It's time to die. Die. I just think that my shield recharges faster than they could take it away. In the barge, Zed. Oh, there's another one. Get 'em. You get stupid angel cartel. That's how you get got. I need to watch that movie Hackers again. It's been a long time since I've seen it. And the Ghostbusters movie. Ego. Good stuff. Good stuff. Getting all that Plagio class. Plagioclase. Don't even know what to call it. Plagioclase. How does RestreamBot work? It's taking all of the messages that are put in each chat and transferring them over to the other. So everything that gets said in Twitch chat gets moved over to YouTube chat by the Restream bot. And then everything that gets said in YouTube chat gets moved over to the Twitch chat. so that the two chats can interact with each other, so that I can stream to both platforms so people can use the platform they prefer without having to separate my audience so everybody can see what's going on. I have a local bot that I use for some stuff like setting up those commands and stuff for like the referral code or whatever else. And so eventually I use the service is called Restream, and I use that to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so that I only have to personally send out one stream, and then Restream sends it to both YouTube and Twitch for me. But eventually I will try to just do that on my own, or maybe include multiple streams. They get packaged together and then restreamed to a couple of different places. Like I might do a vertical on YouTube and then go ahead and also stream to TikTok or something like that. And in that case, I'll have to use my local bot and set it up to pull everything from all the chats and move them around and do all of that stuff from my local machine, because Restream won't handle that many different chat systems. But for now, it works well, and I like having the two communities kind of together. And I don't do any vertical streams right now, so. But I'm thinking about it, thinking about the future, thinking about what to do when, you know, we're super famous. Y'all don't know it, but you're in on the ground floor. Most famous streamer of all time in like 5 years. You're here now at the start. Well, not really at the start, because I've been doing this for a year, but still pretty early. You'll be able to say, I remember when. Asteroid is depleted. Oh, thank you. Let's see, what do we got here? We need that one. Oh, mine it. Bring me that Legioclase. Yes. Yes. Do you want my love? Yeah, except for the Veldspar, I think I'm gonna run this whole asteroid belt. We don't have all that many asteroids left. I think we're gonna get it. And we'll have to find ourselves another one. And another. And another.
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is depleted. Let's just zap this one with the laser beam. Don't get in the way of my laser beam. Ding! No, my standing. Earth angel, will you be mine, my darling dear? Love you all the time. I'm just a fool. A fool in love with you. Boom, 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 boom. Why? Why are you shooting at me? Why are there so many of you? I hate all of you. Give me back my mining drones. Why do you suck?
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is depleted. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the 6-hour mark here. Does anybody have an Eve streamer that they like that we could raid out to? Or there's a sort of a streamer friend of mine who is currently streaming Subnautica, who we could raid out to if y'all would like to watch some Subnautica. But I think I'm going to be, as soon as we finish up this load here, I'm probably going to be calling it for the day. So if anybody has anybody they'd like to support with a raid, let me know. Otherwise, we'll raid out to my friend who's playing Subnautica, and here in a few minutes. Yeah, have a good night, Zed. Enjoy your supper. That is also what I'm going to do. I haven't eaten since we started streaming. It was like 6 hours ago. I'm fat. I'm hungry. Hella hungry. It's Goonie. This guy has his vibe. It's Goonie. Hey, good night, Twist. Thanks for the follow there, Triglavian. Hey, that dude even looks like me. Long ass hair. Gnarly ass beard. I love it. Hey, thanks for the like, Twist. I appreciate that. Okay. So let me go figure out how to do this thing. Manage stream. So before I get going with the raid here, I do want to thank everybody for coming out and being active in the chat. It's always a lot of fun to get to talk to you all, and you all have really helped me learn a lot about the game, and I really appreciate that. So we will be back again tomorrow at about the same time. Pretty much always going to be streaming every day at about the same time. Every now and then I might take a day off, but I usually get bored if I don't stream. So I like streaming, so we're going to keep doing it. But yeah, thanks for all the support, and thanks for all the help, and thanks for all the information. And I will see you all on the next one. If I can find this person. There they are.